절망을 그냥 지나치지 않습니다.
우리는 가진 것을 나누고
좋은 것은 더하며
이웃의 고통을 함께 느낍니다.
힘들 땐 위로하고 공감합니다.
우리는 희망을 전합니다.
작은 힘이 모여 세상을 바꿀 수 있다고 믿습니다.
그 어떤 위급한 상황에서도 온 힘을 다해 생명을 살립니다.
더 많은 생명을 살릴 수 있다면
가장 낮은 곳으로 가장 먼저 달려갈 것입니다.
대한적십자사 118년. 우리는 오늘도 소중한 생명을 살리기 위한 한 걸음을 내딛습니다. 도움이 필요한 곳 어디든 주저하지 않고 달려갑니다.
고통받는 이웃이 없는 세상을 만들겠습니다.
절망 속에서도 희망을 찾게 하겠습니다.
나눔이 행복이 될 수 있다는 사실을
절대 잊지 않겠습니다.
단 하나의 생명이라도
꼭 지켜나겠습니다. 그리고
우리는 절대로 멈추지 않을 것입니다.
당신을 위해,
생명을 위해
우리 모두를 위해
더 낮은 곳으로, 더 약한 곳으로, 더 어두운 곳으로 가장 먼저 달려가겠습니다.
자, 참석을 위해서 바깥에 계신 분들은
So we will soon begin, ladies and gentlemen. We kindly would like to ask all of our guests to please enter the hall and to take your seats. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who are still outside in the lobby, we kindly ask you to please enter the hall and to take your seats. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, please come inside the hall and take your seats. From 1 p.m., we will stream live on YouTube, so we kindly would like to ask you to please take your seats and to be prompt on time. I think that we have a balmy weather today, so we did ask the organizers to please turn on the AC. I think that it will get a bit cooler in a few minutes. So as mentioned, we will now begin our conference. Just a couple of announcements. We will now begin the 2023 International Conference on Disaster Psychology. We ask you to please take your seats, and as a courtesy to others, please turn your mobile phones to silent mode. I'd also like to ask you to check the location of the emergency exits closest to you, and we ask you to pay special attention to your personal safety. We will now begin the 2023 International Conference on Disaster Psychology. Good afternoon. My name is Kim Dong-gi, head of the disaster relief team at the Korean Red Cross headquarters. Thank you once again to everyone who took interest in our conference, despite your busy schedules. Before beginning, we will pay respect to the national flag. At ease. And now please take your seats. And now we will have Mr. Kim Yong-baek read out the fundamental principles of the International Red Cross and Red Crescent movement. The fundamental principles of the International Red Cross and Red Crescent movement: humanity. Its purpose is to protect life and health and to ensure respect for the human being and lasting peace amongst all peoples. Impartiality. It makes no discrimination as to nationality, race, religious beliefs, and it relieves the suffering of individuals to give priority to the most urgent cases of distress. Neutrality. The movement may not take any sides in hostilities or engage in controversies of a political, racial, religious, or ideological nature. Independence. The national societies, while auxiliaries in the humanitarian services of their governments and subject to the laws of their respective countries, must always maintain their autonomy. Voluntary service. It is a voluntary relief movement not prompted in any manner by desire or for gain. Unity. There can only be one Red Cross in any one country. It must be open to all. Universality. The International Red Cross and Red Crescent movement have equal status and share equal responsibilities and duties in helping each other worldwide. Please all take your seats. And due to our schedule, I believe that we had the opening remarks from our president. However, we will postpone that for after the break. And now we will have our Secretary General deliver his remarks.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Despite your busy schedule, thank you very much for attending today's forum, International Conference on Disaster Psychology. I welcome you all, and I'd like to thank you for your participation. And today, from the IFIC, we have a very special guest we will have a chance to introduce our distinguished guests later on. This July, in Hong Kong, I had a chance to participate in a meeting, and I met you, our distinguished guests, at the meeting. And I was able to tell that she has such an extensive knowledge on disaster psychology, and it's my great pleasure to see her today again. I vividly remember what you said during that meeting. So at today's conference, as our MC mentioned briefly, what day is it today? It's November 2nd. On November 2nd, usually it feels chilly, right? When I come to office, I wore quite a warm winter jacket and I felt warm. Why am I telling you this? Now, thinking of disasters and climate change, we used to say it has really nothing to do with me. It's only going to happen in the future. We used to believe this way. But if you look at what's happening these days, it seems like climate change is impacting all of us, especially this year, internationally. And earlier this year, we witnessed earthquakes, and in Korea we had floods and wildfires affecting us. Have we ever experienced so many disasters so frequently? But this is what's happening. At the Korean Red Cross and the IFRC, we engage in numerous relief activities as an organization responsible for such operations. Even 2 or 3 decades ago, when a disaster happened, we would provide relief supplies, blankets, or ramen. And these type of activities are the ones that we used to engage in, so simply supplying supplies. And at the time, currently our GDP is over 30,000 US dollars, but during the 80s, it was slightly over 10,000 US dollars. So our top priority was to provide supplies. But I think the type and pattern of our relief activities should change in line with the shifting landscape. So today, we need to go beyond simply providing supplies to provide psychological relief and psychological support. And this is what is demanded of all of us at the IFRC and at the Korean Red Cross, as well as our field staff members. So at this year's international conference, compared to before, I think this is even more meaningful as we look at the changing landscape. And today we're joined by Professor Bae Jung-lee, who's an expert on disaster psychology. And also from the Ministry of the Interior and Safety, we have our distinguished guests as well. As to disaster psychology programs, we are working with the Ministry of the Interior and Safety. So I hope that we can further develop our expertise on disaster psychology. At the Korean Red Cross, we would like to ensure that we foster our expertise on disaster psychology, and we're going to make sure that this happens. And I hope that our activists here today would do their part in further advancing our work on disaster psychology. We will do our part at the Korean Red Cross. Today we will be joined by Mr. Kim Cho-soo. He will be with us after 3 today, and he is in Suwon, outside Seoul. And when he joins us, then I think we would have a further opportunity to talk with him. And this is it for my message today, and thank you very much.
So our conference today will be divided into part 1 and part 2. And before part 2, before we begin part 1, I believe that we had the opening remarks of our president, but as was mentioned by Mr. Lee, we will have our president join us later on, as well as the photo op. Our first part will be delivered in presentations, and it will examine the disaster psychological recovery support projects from a more practical perspective. It's based on the common theme of providing services to strengthen accessibility for those who have experienced disasters. And for those of you who have any questions, I believe that we will be able to take Q&A afterwards. And also, YouTube participants can also leave your questions in the chat window. So our first presenter will be from Seoul Metropolitan Government, Mr. Gil Pil-kwan. And the Seoul Metropolitan Government Center, DPAC, is an educational institution that has also been very active in responding to disasters. So please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Good afternoon. I am Kim Pil-kwan, and I'm working at the Seoul Disaster Psychology Assistance Center. It's my great pleasure to see you all today. Thank you for cheering me up. On the screen, I think you can see my face well on the screen as well. Today, I thought hard about what I'm going to say today. And first of all, I'd like to tell you the field-based Disaster Psychology Assistance Center and the role of disaster psychology assistance as well as its evolving role. And I would like to touch upon these topics through concrete case studies. So as you can see, this shows our disaster psychology assistance system. So when a disaster occurs, an organization, a department does not unilaterally act, but there is a closely linked system that engages multiple departments and organizations. And I hope that this will be informative for all of you. So, in line with this system in the field, this shows how disaster psychology assistance takes place in 4 distinctive steps. In the first step, a disaster happens. There could be a variety of accidents and disasters, and I like to focus on large-scale disasters. So, presuming a disaster happened, then we collect information, and then we conduct basic studies, and then we develop plans to respond to these events. In this stage, our staff would visit the site to survey the site. And through such survey activities, they would identify how we can assist before we actually dispatch our staff members to the site. And then continuous management follows. And then we would work with psychological support organizations, and we also engage in follow-up management. Through a series of actions that we take, then I'd like to tell you what we actually do in the field as an organization responsible for disaster psychology assistance. First example I'd like to share with you is the heavy rain that we experienced in August last year. In Seoul, it was the heaviest ever rainfall in the history of Seoul over the last 100 years. On the left and the far left, you will see areas, multiple areas that were inundated. And in shelters and evacuation centers, we accommodated these people displaced, and we operated our counseling centers for these affected people. Now, in further detail, a disaster happened, and then, as you can see on the right, we would survey the situation and investigate the situation. So we look at the number of affected people, and then by district, we would focus on those areas that are most heavily affected. So we do pre-survey. Through such pre-surveys, we would develop our plans on operating counseling centers. And Sadangdong in Dongjakgu, there is a gymnasium, and we decided to open a counseling center at that within the gymnasium. And as to opening counseling centers, the centers were operable for 1 week, and then counselors, our professional counselors, along with 23 such counselors, we operated the counseling center. On the left side, you will see that within the shelter, in the lobby space, we opened our counseling center. And then you would see a passage that connects you to the restroom. This means that the location of our counseling center was designed so that they were easily visible to affected people, so that they could more easily access these counseling center and get counseling. And on the right, within the shelter, individual counseling rooms were arranged as well, so that affected people could find it more comfortable to get counseling. A second example, the Itaewon tragedy that happened in October last year during the Halloween festival in the Itaewon district. A lot of people were pressured to death. So we operated a counseling center at the site of that scene, the tragedy. So like before, when that disaster happened, right after that, the day after that, we conducted a pre-survey. And then we identified the psychological status of people nearby as well as merchants. And in working with the local government, right next to the memorial altar, we opened our counseling center. As I said before, as the first step, we operated a counseling center right next to the memorial altar. And on the far left, you would see the counseling center we actually operated. And as the second step, a mindfulness cafe was also opened. And as you can see in the photo on the far right, we also operated this counseling center for 3 weeks to provide on-site support. And then February this year, working with the Itaewon Tourism Association, for the month of February, we continue to provide counseling. I think at this juncture in time, we are marking the first anniversary of that Itaewon tragedy. So with our disaster psychology assistance unit, we are currently planning to hold events to ensure that we remember the tragedy. In operating counseling centers in the field, and as we witnessed all these affected people, we saw differences between conventional counseling and on-site disaster counseling. If I elaborate on such differences, first of all, the emotions that these affected people experience are different. So in the early days of disaster, the emotional status of those affected people is different. If they did not experience the disaster, they would not have experienced such feelings. But they are in the state of feeling such emotions and experiences. So directly or indirectly, they are traumatized by the tragedy or the incident. And also, they feel anxious and they feel that they are not heard. And secondly, the second difference is in operating the first phase operating center after the Itaewon tragedy, we faced difficulties due to internal and external conditions. For example, there was a makeshift counseling center operated, and then ensuring confidentiality was not easy under such circumstances. And as our Secretary General mentioned, these days it's quite warm, but last year around this time it was quite chilly. So both our counselors and staff members had to rely on hot packs or mobile heating fans to provide psychological support and counseling. About the third and fourth differences, I think they are interconnected. For those affected people, now they experience emotions that otherwise they would not have experienced in their normal life. So the responses they make are quite normal, and the responses they show once they get back to routines, once they are recovered, then they would be addressed through administrative or on-site fulfillment of our roles. So this awareness is critical. So these are the differences between conventional counseling and disaster on-site counseling. So what would be the role of disaster psychology assistance? We really need to pay attention to these principles. The first one is empathy and listening. If you look at affected people in the process of recovery, I think this is the lens that we need to look at through which. And then we need to focus on the present rather than the past and looking at those affected people. And in responding to an incident or the disaster, they all differ as an individual. If a single disaster happens, some may experience very severe trauma or stress, but others may simply recover and then turn back to their normal routines. So these individual differences must be recognized when we approach these affected people. And as a symbolic meaning, we would often use this butterfly hug technique in caring for affected people. When they suffer psychological hardships, we can deploy such tactics and techniques, including the butterfly hug. And that would be part of our role that we play at the Disaster Psychology Assistance Center. So maybe I've spoke too quickly. Now, when it comes to disaster, there's trauma that takes place, and our mind gets hurt when a disaster happens. So the role of disaster psychology assistance would increase further only naturally. And I'd like to thank our staff members at the Korean Red Cross who are helping us in every way they can. At this very moment, we have those people who are committed to disaster psychology assistance. I'd like to thank our counselors as well. That's it for my presentation. Thank you very much. So that was the presentation by Mr. Gil-pil-kwan, and we were able to know the system of disaster psychology assistance and how such assistance is made operable in the field. I'm sure that we would have questions from the floor. Now, I'd like to open the floor for questions and comments. In the middle row. Thank you for your presentation. I am from DA Company. I'm a researcher. At the time of the Itaewon tragedy, when you were working in the field, you briefly touched upon the difficulties you experienced. And in responding to that tragedy, or as part of your normal activities, do you, in considering that you are working with other organizations, what kind of difficulties did you experience, or how did you respond? Can you give us a more detailed story? In working with other organizations, so the location was Itaewon, where the disaster happened, but it's not that the disaster counseling was requested in Itaewon alone. Nationwide, directly or indirectly through video, there were people who were traumatized. So it was a nationwide, I would say, event. So that required nationwide response and management. So along with the Korean Red Cross HQ and along with hotline, we received counseling requests and then provided counseling accordingly. And we had an integrated psychological support unit, which was under operation at the time. So that made it easier for us to provide counseling to affected people so that we could care for their mental hardships. Thank you. That's it. Any further questions or comments? If there's no further question or comment, you may have another chance to ask your questions or make your comments. I'd like to thank our speaker once again, and please give him a big hand. Thank you.
So next, moving on, I think that we will have Ms. Yu Jung, who is a PSS coordinator of Gyeongsang-namdo DPAC, to talk about making DPAC more accessible to affected people. So I believe that she will be talking about activities as a disaster sites. The Gyeongnam Center is a center for the ripple effects of large-scale disasters and talking about the risk of indirectly experiencing them. So let's hear her story. Good afternoon. My name is Yu Jung. As introduced, I'm the PSS coordinator from the Gyeongsang-namdo DPAC. I think that our previous speaker has talked about the large-scale disasters, but my presentation is a bit lighter than that, and I hope that you can enjoy a little bit of a lighter presentation. When I first got the interview for the DPAC, the interviewer asked me, "What do you want to do?" If there was one thing that I do at the center. I really did not know that there were so many activities being conducted at the DPAC, so I wanted to promote all of the great activities. So I believe that it's an honor to be able to introduce them to you today. So I believe that I would like to talk about why promoting the center is very important. I would like to look at the strengths and weaknesses, both sides, the pros and cons, and then some areas where we could see improvement. I think that some of the weaknesses is that we don't have enough counseling centers. But because we are under the Korea Red Cross, we do have the strength of the awareness of the Korea Red Cross. I think that we do have possibilities and potentials to enhance that. When we actually tell people to get counseling services, there's a stigma attached to it. So a lot of people don't really want to, and they don't really know what the Gyeongsangnam-do DPAC does. So actually, what I advertise is I talk about the Korea Red Cross. And people have a great image about the Korea Red Cross, so they're much more accepting of it. And then I add on, well, in fact, we also offer counseling services on the side. Then they are much more open to the idea. I believe that opening the discussion with that awareness of the Korea Red Cross is a very good opportunity to create more synergy and to bring more people in. And of course, we do focus more on on-site counseling. It's the truth that we do not have enough counseling centers or rooms. It's very difficult to actually go to the people's residences or people's homes. We have about a talent pool of counselors, about 100 of them. And a lot of those psychological activists are being utilized to offer the counseling services. I haven't actually pursued this project, but even if they were to provide volunteer services, I think that maybe we should have certain descriptions and promoting activities that maybe if we were to hand out business cards or placards that denote that we are in partnership with each other. The fact that disasters are usually unpredictable, it's very difficult. And there are certain areas where you do not experience any disasters. In those cases, I believe that you can make use of those opportunities where other regions are experiencing disasters, but you're actually protected from those disasters to promote your DPAC. And I believe that this kind of disaster psychological activities are conducted on a two-track system. So it creates a lot of chaos. And there's a double standard or a double support. I believe that you have to create opportunities to build a support structure. That's why I believe that promotion activities is so important. Now I'd like to talk about some case studies. I think that posters and card news is very important. When you get to those sites, you don't have any kind of information. You only have the booths. So however much you speak to these people, people are not really receptive of them. If you just create the posters and you have the cards and spread that out to them, people can just read the posters and they'll be able to understand. I think maybe it was last year, we all have registration at the Neighbor Smart Place. So if you actually register on those areas or in those places, make use of social media and offer more accessibility, it's also a great tool. And next, this is a case in which we operated a booth for the Itaewon tragedy. So in Gyeongnam, there wasn't that many demands for it. However, we did have a joint memorial altar in the provincial office for Gyeongnam. So as you can see, as I mentioned before, if you just open up a booth, no one will pay attention. They will just walk past you. So that's why we had a very simple event by preparing the memorial altar, or even just calling out to people, why don't you just take a look at this memorial altar? A lot of people say, oh, I don't need consulting or counseling. It's because they're not bereaved family members or they did not have direct experience. A lot of people believe that they need direct experience in order to get counseling. However, a lot of the indirect experienced people also could benefit from counseling services. So if you ask them, just leave a word to commemorate the victims, or can you leave a kind message for the bereaved family members? So I believe that we discovered a lot of the high-risk patients this way. And this is a case in point for the promotional booth that we had. So whenever there is a disaster, a lot of people actually experience anxiety, stress. However, this is just for adults, but for children, they experience it or exert it in a very different way. They stop talking, or they have these peculiar experiences. They can't really express themselves on why they feel that way. So that's why we have to have an important placement on counseling as well as attending to these minors and children. So during COVID, there was a conference for unemployment and for employment opportunities. So it was 3 different booths. It was one booth to introduce employment options, and we talked about what psychological activists do. And we had a simple test on the current mental state and the mind state of the people that visited. We also had a portable stress measurement device, and we actually used that to ask people about what was the stress factor for them. And the third one was for children. They were making their own psychology key rings. They were experimenting with different colors, and we were explaining to them that psychological activists help each other and help other people who are suffering. And we told them, if you have anything that you want to talk about, if you're stressed, then you can come see us anytime. And the fact is, the result was that a lot of people, so many people actually came to detect or measure their stress levels. So many people wanted to measure their stress. It was a learning for us, too, to realize that there were so many people who were stressed, and there were so many people who actually wanted to measure their stress. We actually created a lot of goods and merchandise for promotional activities, for like toothbrush, toothpaste, and these are some that can really be put to good use. But in order for that to be very memorable, in order to have something that is really memorable to that individual person, we had a mind relief kit. And after the Ministry of Interior and Safety announced this, each of the DPACs had their own freedom to create these packages or create these merchandise. So that's why we put in stress balls, certain miniature products for children, and for adults and seniors, we actually delivered pain relief patches, eye patches, steamed eye patches, soaps, and aromatherapy, which was very well received. And as I mentioned, whenever Korea Red Cross always had an event, the Ministry of Interior and Safety, and the event itself always shows us these videos, the mind relief home training videos. I think that this was really well received, and people don't seem as if they're paying attention, but actually they do, and they follow suit as well. So I think that this video is a good promotional tool. We also believe that a lot of these activities could be beneficial to us in terms of promoting on radio, public advertisements, newspaper, and news. So we also want to have portable or visiting counseling services so that it's not a stationary service, but these counselors will actually come to where you are. I think that it's very meaningful so that people actually know about us, and promotional activities is what it is. So I think that that's also significant and meaningful. With that, I'd like to conclude my presentation. Thank you very much. Thank you very much from the Gyeongnam DPAC. So it's not just about approaching and gaining access. I think it's more about the pull strategy as well, to have people visit at a time of hardship when a disaster occurs. So if you have any questions, we'll take the questions from the floor. Yes. We'll give the microphone to the person behind you first. Thank you very much for your presentation. I am from the Ulsan DPAC, and as the same PSS coordinator, you talked about the packages for the mind relief promotional package. I'd like to ask you what the feedback was. Well, we don't have a separate one for the children and minors. If you look at the one for Ministry of Interior and Safety, there's kits that are kind of mixed up for seniors, adults, and children. So that's why we actually created a separate one for children. I think that you can make use of this anywhere. If you have a group counseling service, then you can actually use the items inside that package and kit. And if you have one-on-one counseling booths, just like the employment fair that we had, you can make use of that as well. And even if this person is not visiting just for counseling, for us, it's just so nice if people will pay attention to just our leaflets even. So yes, we have another question from the floor. Thank you very much for your presentation. I am Kim Yuna, researcher from DA Company. You talked about the Itaewon tragedy, how you were more accessible and you were approachable to the other people. And when people are actually discovered as high risk, you were the liaison to other centers that for them that for people who actually needed that support. When you did liaise, what was the process? Was it easy? Was it difficult? If it was difficult, what were the difficulties? Well, for liaising these high-risk patients, I think our role was to intervene initially. We have professors and we have, of course, experts in psychological activists. Even if we do liaise to the centers, if it's a smaller center or if it's a smaller region, then sometimes it kind of comes back or circles back to that same person, even if you actually liaise to a bigger center, because they're living in the same kind of location. Or sometimes you actually are handed off to a lesser expert. So this one case in point actually was one of the bereaved family members. So this person actually got counseling from an expert and a professor. So fortunately, this person kind of recovered after getting the counseling. Maybe one or two of the high-risk individuals, we tried to liaise. However, they were quite reluctant, even in the process of liaising. So they were very opposed to the fact of being liaised to the higher centers or the bigger centers, but they were open to the possibility of counseling 1 or 2 times a year. So that's how we're going to follow up. Hello, I am from Gangwon-do, from the DPAC, and I'm a professor there. So I think that it's very impressive what you've been doing. I think that the most important thing in Gangwon-do province, there's so many unprecedented and unpredictable disasters in our province. Whichever it is, and whenever it is, I think that hands-on support and help is very important. You mentioned to utilize the counseling centers. And from what I understand, you do have a lot of counseling rooms. You said you benefited from various activities of handing out multiple promotional activities and brochures in partnership. So I want to know some of the concrete details, how many counselors you have and how many volunteers you have. No, I mentioned that the partnership idea is not something that we're already doing. Like I'm talking about business cards and nameplates. This is something that I should do or we should do. I think about 90% of our counselors are operating within the center. The reason is because I'm a bit anxious about it. One case in point actually visited the house of the person, and that person actually had a counseling service for 5 hours in a house that's on a cliff. So of course, we do have to go to those areas if the person who's getting the counseling requires it. But in cases in which we can avoid those circumstances of our counselors being able to provide counseling within our center, of course, if it's like a large forest fire, then we do have to go to those areas. But because of safety issues, of course, we go to their homes and residences. It's the initial stages, but afterwards, we do ask them to come to the center. Maybe we'll take a last question now. So I'm working for the Gyeonggi-do area. I am a psychological activist. So thank you very much for your presentation. I think that I have a similar question from with others. While I do many various activities, I felt that you have the right strengths and weaknesses, and I also think a lot about how we can better the weaknesses that we have. But I think that through promotional activities, we could probably improve a lot of these areas. But because we do a lot of PFA activities, I think that there's a lot of areas where we can prevent things from happening. And of course, in the entire process, we prevent things from happening, and then the entire process of counseling and even post-counseling as well. We have to do follow-ups. I think also we have to keep records of what has happened in a more effective way. But I think that this is also a question that I have. If you have any good ideas on how to keep the right statistics and the good records. So since you're very active in the activities, were you or did you have any good cases in which statistical figures show any improvements in the weaknesses? I also think that maybe you can improve on those points from your end as well. So can you rephrase the question, please? So even with the statistics and the figures, I think maybe for any recovery activities, I also want to ask you if you have any records of recovery. Well, I think I wasn't talking about the results or the follow-up activities. I was talking more about making DPAC more accessible to affected people and talking about promotional activities. I actually joined the DPAC last year. So we looked into related centers, elementary schools, public officials, and the awareness. I mean, of course, it's not been a long time, but I believe that it has improved because one effect is that we do get a lot of calls, much more calls than before. Before, there hadn't been a lot of questions or requests for counseling activities through calls. Of course, I don't think that it's all thanks to me, but I believe that promotional activities really did have an effect. I do understand what you're saying, but I guess if this can relay on to figures and statistics and graphs, I think that maybe you can follow up with the same kind of presentation later on. I think that it could also be a great presentation as well. Thank you very much for the question. Thank you. Yes, due to time constraints, we will close the question part here. Thank you very much for the presenter. I think that she is very much related to dealing with various different activities on site. So thank you very much for your experience and presentation.
네, 다음은
Now moving on. From the Ministry of the Interior and Safety, we're going to have Mr. Lee Woo-seok. The ministry, in addition to relief activities, also heads and coordinates disaster psychology assistance projects. And the ministry engages in a variety of policy and research activities. And we'd like to have Mr. Lee Woo-seok from the Ministry of the Interior and Safety to give us more details. Good afternoon. I am Lee Woo-seok from the Disaster Relief Division of the Ministry of the Interior and Safety. It's my great pleasure to see you all today. To begin with, regarding disaster psychology assistance, I'd like to thank the Korean Red Cross for giving me this opportunity to speak, and I'd like to thank all our participants to be here with us today, despite your very hectic schedule. Our two previous speakers were such excellent presenters. It makes me feel more nervous. But previously, our previous presentations were about on-site counseling or publicity work. And my presentation would focus more on 17 local disaster psychology assistance units and will focus more on the policy approach to operating these centers. This is the agenda of my presentation. Overview of disaster psychology assistance and disaster psychology assistance system, and then our policies for disaster psychology assistance. And I'd like to conclude with future plans and how we set the course for our future disaster psychology assistance work. Now, the overview of disaster psychology assistance. So why is it that the Ministry of the Interior and Safety is responsible for this work? I'd like to give you some background information. When a disaster happens, and then, as you can imagine, the types of disaster and the size of disasters, and we would have displaced and affected people in large numbers. And there are needs to be met when a disaster happens, which means we provide relief activities, we provide temporary shelters, and then also we provide daily necessities as well as food, supplies, along with meals and other supplies. But with such tangible help alone, we cannot ensure that affected people get back to their routines normally, because their way of living would change significantly. They would be mentally shocked. They would experience mental difficulties. So we believe there should be measures to manage their mental well-being. So at the Ministry of the Interior and Safety, as you can see, in addition to supplies, shelter, and we believe all these components should really link together and they should be seamlessly connected. And that's the essence of our work. Now, the purpose and background of disaster psychological assistance. So we looked at the needs, why we need to provide such services. In the early days of disaster, we need to provide psychological counseling and psychological shock mitigation. And also we need to provide treatment to high-risk groups so that they can get back to their normal. And we have background laws, supporting laws, disaster and safety management law. The target of our psychological support, anyone who has experienced disaster is eligible for our support. There could be property damages and non-property damages. The size of such damages, when compared to mental damages, are not always in proportion to mental damages. And it's not always easy to measure one's mental status. So in addition to affected people, we also look at temporary evacuees and witnesses and family members, volunteers, and even our on-site staff. So the scope of our psychological assistance is vast and broad. So we have this public notice on psychological well-being and social adaptation support target. So the eligibility criteria are detailed under this notice. So this is the progress made over the years. And if I elaborate on this, since 2008, we have been operating disaster psychology assistance units across cities. But it was 2016 we've integrated these operations. We relied on the very swift relief aid system of the Korean Red Cross. And this also aimed to ensure that all these local units are integrated under the umbrella of the Korean Red Cross so that psychological support operations could be made more efficient. The disaster psychology counseling trends over the last 1 decade, as you can see, there has been a continuous rise. As our Secretary General mentioned, we have climate change affecting us, and we have increasing social complexity, which means that quite unprecedented disasters are happening, and they are being compounded both in terms of complexity, density, and frequency. And especially due to COVID-19 over the last several years, disaster psychology counseling cases increased. Now, this is the budget status. Budget is increasing, and next year's budget, it's not determined yet, but I think it's going to be quite at the same level as this year. For further details, in blue, you'll see natural disaster counseling cases, and in red bar, social disaster counseling cases. So natural disaster counseling cases are increasing year on year. But more than that, social disaster counseling cases are surging, literally. Now moving on to the disaster psychology assistance system. What would be the role of the Ministry of the Interior and Safety? Two roles, primarily. The first role is to provide psychological support for early recovery right after disaster. So this targets displaced people, temporary evacuees, and those who have experienced disasters. Another role is as to disaster psychology assistance. We do this through the centers that have been established. But also for school students, we also provide comprehensive psychology counseling as well as criminals. And for overall mental well-being, we also have the National Trauma Center under the Ministry of Health and Welfare. So there have been numerous organizations interested in disaster psychology. So we are aiming to extend the scope of our work to include disaster psychology. So affected people, if they receive counseling from multiple organizations, I don't think its efficacy would be that much high. To prevent redundancy in our operations and to ensure great coordination, we play a role as a coordinator among disaster psychology organizations. So, a pan-governmental disaster psychology assistance management pertinent pursuant to the Disaster Relief Act, we work as a coordinator. And as our speaker from the Seoul City showed us, this is quite a similar support system. Our ministry is working with relevant organizations or professionals in the field of disaster psychology. So with the Central Disaster Psychology Assistance Unit playing a pivotal role, we partner with relevant organizations and we strive to serve as a central coordinator. And in local municipalities, we have organizations or professionals. So we have organized disaster psychology assistance units at the local level so that psychological assistance can be provided to both small and medium-sized disasters. So we provide disaster psychology assistance in the field. We have the disaster psychology assistance centers. There are 17 of them. As of the end of September, including center heads and dedicated personnel members, 33 of them, and then including more than 1,200 counselors, we have around 1,266 personnel members working at these local centers. And again, these are operated by the Korean Red Cross. What would be the primary role of these local centers? In normal times, training. They provide training to activists. So when a disaster actually happens, they are dispatched to the field so that they could develop their skills required for field operations. Or they receive training about not to-dos as well, not just to-dos. And then building networks with relevant organizations. And this ensures that referrals are made quickly when a disaster hits. And it also makes referrals to other organizations easier. And as our previous speaker mentioned, for those affected by a disaster, we make sure that they come to us so that our services are made accessible by affected people. So nationwide, we have 1,233 activists working nationwide. So these are classes that are given to different types of activists, A, B, C. Now let me move on to the main part of my presentation, our policy for disaster psychology assistance. I'd like to first of all mention on-site counseling, I think we have an overlapping area with their first presentation. To make our services more accessible, there could be various ways to do that. For example, publicity work is part of our endeavors to increase the accessibility of our services, but we believe our top priority should be to ensure when affected people need psychological support, and for even those people who believe they do not need such services, they are actually in need of such services. So we need to be there for them so that we could meet their needs. And I think this is critical in making our services accessible. Specifically, right after a disaster, there could be acute stress happening and occurring. And in the short term, these affected people need to adapt to changing conditions. And over the long term, they need to recover their functionality. That is why we consider PFA, psychological first aid, as our top priority. At shelters, at seniors' recreational centers, or if these are not viable, maybe we can use other empty spaces near the memorial altar. Then we would install on-site centers so that we can provide psychological first aid. So psychological first aid would not be the end for affected people when they are really suffering. We need to be there so that we can provide psychological counseling. So continuity is also key. And I believe this would help in alleviating their mental stress. So continuous counseling, we engage in continuous counseling. For those high-risk groups who require medical treatment or drug administration, then we may refer them to medical institutions. And as our previous speakers mentioned, we also monitor their responses to each anniversary of disasters. And we highlight the importance of PFA, but more than that, what is just as important is to ensure the psychological well-being of counselors themselves. For rainfalls, heavy rainfalls or wildfires, right after these disasters hit, our counselors visited these sites affected. And the safety of these counselors is our key concern because sometimes their safety is threatened. So we ensure that our staff members are guaranteed a level of safety, and when their safety is guaranteed, then we would input our resources into the field. For disasters that happened this year, our local centers had dedicated staff members who worked really hard. And in July and August, we had more precipitation than previous years. Under such circumstances, as you can see, we had schools, elderly centers, where these affected people concentrated, and our counselors went to these locations to provide psychological support. And then mental relief, mind relief kits were distributed. For affected people, when you visit them or when you counsel them, I think providing verbal support is meaningful, but for their mental well-being, these mind relief kits also played a pivotal role. In addition to verbal interconnections through all 5 senses, we were able to ensure the well-being of their mental health. So last year, a standard plan was developed, and then these kits can be adaptable to local conditions. So this is a standard that we developed and distributed: disaster psychology leaflet, supply instructions, scratchboard, aroma roll-on, stress ball. And depending on who the target is, the composition may vary. And when we asked what was the most popular item, the response was, among young affected people, the stress ball was popular. The aroma roll-on was another item that was popular because of its fragrance. So this standard kit that we developed and distributed ensures psychological well-being. So they play a direct role, but also they play a role as a publicity item. I think this is one missing item in the table. That's mind relief instruction. The instruction introduces affected people, the type of responses that may experience when a disaster happens. And also this is a self-check kit. They can self-check the emotional status and the home training video as well. This enables these affected people to try their own mind relief home training. Along with these instructions, we also provide a thin leaflet within the kit. Within this leaflet, it also shows possible potential responses that are normal among affected people. And also, this leaflet provides information on the location of different local centers, address, and phone number as well. So when affected people do not know where to call or where to visit, then they can find just the right information through this leaflet. And also this includes information on disaster psychology assistance centers. When our staff members or activists provide counseling, it is often the case that affected people have misunderstanding. Is it for profit? Are you doing this to create profits? But that is why we emphasize the fact that all these services are all free of charge, funded by the government. And such publicity work is made possible through such leaflets. And as mentioned before, again, we also provide easy-to-follow relaxation techniques, videos, and these were produced last year and then distributed. In providing counseling, our counselors and activists may have some breaks, and then these videos can be displayed as part of their counseling session. And for those people who have just started their training, then these videos can serve as a training tool, a training material. YouTube or Public Disaster Safety Portal. This portal is the platform that we manage at the ministry to provide relevant information. We would upload pertinent videos. And this is for the general public. And this is open for the general public so that they can seek their desired information. Understanding disaster psychology, psychological relaxation techniques, phone number, and then training materials, and etc. Then I'd like to talk about how we develop and operate our mind relief programs. This program started last year. We understood that affected people are suffering stress and hardships, and this program intended to ensure that they strengthen their resiliency. There was a proposal, in fact, made by the general public. And to act on that proposal, and we also believed that local centers are, well, providing psychological support. But the word of mouth can be powerful, and social media is so widespread these days. So if the response was this mind relief program was very much well received by affected people, and we believe that this could be one way to increase the accessibility of our endeavors. So last year, we've developed guidelines for our mind relief program. We piloted this program last year, and this continues into this year. And this is based on public participation budget. So we have our public participants monitoring our work in Chungnam area. And one response was, after receiving this program, can you make this program available for those who are not even experiencing disasters? So we believed that this could be such a powerful tool in promoting the work that we're doing at the ministry. And if you look at these pictures in blue, you will see the guidelines, and in green, you will see the final report made by participants last year. On the right, in No One Go Youth Counseling Center, The guidelines are made publicly available nationwide. And one response was, "This is so good. Can we use it at our center?" We got that inquiry from the Nowanggu Center. And this guidebook is actually being used at this center. At regional trauma centers, the response is, this can be really a good tool for people being affected by disasters. So we believe for the psychological well-being of affected people, this mind relief program can be effective. Detailed activities of this mind relief program, the letters are not so clear. In 4 distinctive areas: psychological training, and then psychological relaxation, and then community cohesion development. So there are 4 overall sectors, depending on the age group or whether the pains are acute or chronic. We also have targeted activities tailor-made for different groups. So last year, we developed the guidelines for our mind relief program, and then we piloted this program across different regions. And the local government said, we do not really know how to really operate this program. And these books are quite thick. The guidelines are quite thick. So responsible personnel and activists found it hard to read through the guidebook and then apply it to their work. So early this year, we piloted, as I said, this program. We got together developers of this guidebook. We invited them, and then we provided training to 131 activists across 16 cities and provinces. The aim was to make our guidebook, the aim was to build capacity for these activists so they can lead the training of this guidebook. Early this year, after 4 rounds of training and operating our program on the part of activists, there was a suggest that there should be more training materials or learning materials. So in the first psychological training part, we produced PowerPoint slides and distributed them so that these PPTs could be used by activists in the field. This also came with operational guidelines. So for affected people, we have operated our mind relief program. And as you can see, there were active participation by cities and provinces. And one suggestion was the communication pathway is not properly functioning. So we felt the need to create such a channel. That is why we hosted an online discussion meeting. And that meeting helped us invite actual mind relief program operators. And they served as a chance for them to ask their questions and to share best practices. Now, capacity building guidelines are under development for disaster psychology assistance. We are witnessing a surging demand for this. It means we need to ensure expertise and quality management. So the guidebook, case study book, and we have quite an increased turnover. So our aim is to also produce work manuals. Last but not least, our future plans forward. Concerning disaster psychology, we have a mounting interest in this. I believe this is the way to go. But when a disaster happens, we have multiple organizations coming and working. So the identity of disaster psychology assistance centers should be clarified, and this is an ongoing challenge for us. The Korean Red Cross is able to swiftly come to the rescue activities, and then real-time disaster information can be obtained through partnership between our ministry, local governments, and the Korean Red Cross. And also we need to build upon our pool of disaster psychology activists. The overall aim is to accurately and swiftly identify the mental suffering of affected people. And that highlights the need to increase our psychological first aid capacity. So December this year, we will be developing our guidelines and they will be distributed next year. And if it is necessary, next year we're going to conduct trainings so that based on the developed guideline, we can provide PFA and on-site counseling appropriately. And this Mind Relief program, which is ongoing this year, would continue into next year so that we can address more diverse types of disasters and affected people. We're going to design our content this way. And also discussion meetings can be arranged. So very good programs at a city or regional level can be arranged so that information exchange is promoted among these participants. So these are our plans. That's it for my presentation. I think policies are important, but I think the implementation part of it also matters. We have activists working and we have professionals working in the field. They have the prominent role to play and we appreciate their contribution. So we look forward to your continued and active participation in the work. And if you have any questions, please come to us through the Korean Red Cross or directly to the Ministry of the Interior and Safety. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you. We thank you. Not just the future directions, but also pan-governmental promotion activities, and even the new program, Mind Relief program, were shared today. And truly, you're working to increase the resiliency of our communities. Now, I'd like to open the floor for questions. Thank you very much for your presentation. I'm a counselor working at the Gyeonggi province. I am interested in Mind Relief program, and there was first come, first serve, and we had around 5 counselors participating in that program. And as I see it, I think that's only around 10% of the total counselors nationwide participating in this program. What about the rest of the counselors? Is it possible that other counselors are provided with an opportunity to participate in the program? If all of us cannot be given the opportunity, but is there any way for us to seek information on your program, the Mind Relief program? Thank you for your great question. Earlier this year, when we provided training, our target was 130. And by region and by city, it means we have the quota by the city and by the regional level. So we continue to think about this challenge. And if necessary, next year, we may, excluding those who received training earlier this year, we may target others who did not have the chance to receive training. And then we could provide regional training in so doing. And one of our challenges is at the city or at the regional level, this program can be implemented and the results are summarized and then delivered to the Korean Red Cross HQ. And we also get the summary. But in terms of immediate result sharing and expected benefits, I don't think we can easily or readily get information. If we could share such information right away, immediately, I think that would really help those who are actually implementing this program. In addition, so in relation to this, I believe we need to create or arrange a platform for information sharing. And that's one thing we are working on and partnering with the Korean Red Cross. Thank you. Well, we're behind schedule. Once again, we'd like to thank our speaker, and we'd like to move on to the next presentation.
Well, I think that I forgot to mention or I think I did mention, in fact, when we first started, that we are streaming on YouTube. So we have maybe an influx of about 200 viewers online. I mentioned this is because our next speakers is from the hottest platform among young people these days. It's from TikTok. The relationship between TikTok and the Korean Red Cross began in November last year. It was a great help to our company, which lacked access to the younger generation. TikTok has a strong advantage among young people in their teens and 20s, and it's implementing policies in many ways regarding the social role it must have as a platform company. We'd like to invite Mr. Ryu Dong-gun, or Daniel Ryu of TikTok Korea. Good afternoon. I am Daniel Ryu, as was introduced, from TikTok. So we are actually advertising on YouTube when we should be live streaming on TikTok. As you probably would know, we're not so big in Korea because in Korea, YouTube has a long history. And that's why it's more mainstream. However, globally, we do have a lot of users from TikTok in the United States, in Asia, in Southeast Asia. We're on par with YouTube, and in certain countries, we're actually surpassing YouTube users. So maybe next time, we'll be able to live stream on TikTok. It's a small aspiration that I have. So in fact, when I was first asked to deliver this presentation, I kind of had a thought, well, we're not a professional or expert company, but why should we? Because we're not in that field. But if you think about it, I think that we should have this kind of speaker, like TikTok, speak. I guess that I was still thinking about it while I was sitting and listening to the presentations. But in fact, because my company is a platform company, we do a lot of platform services, but we also do a lot of CSR activities. It's not that we don't do those activities. In fact, we have built a trauma center with the Korean Red Cross. I will elaborate on that later. In addition, I think that not only myself, but also various different psychological activists will agree that these platforms have a great effect, and we can make use of these platforms from the activist side as well as the government side. That's what I wanted to talk about today. So today I would like to talk a little bit about the TikTok story. And then second, how we are operating TikTok. We talk about safety within our company. Of course, we have an abundance of content online, bad content, good content, R-rated content, and also some stories about mental health issues and how we're operating that. And then, of course, our CSR strategy. So I can't really play this video. Oh, yes. I think that you all know this video. It's only 20 seconds long. So it's actually a short video that you probably would have to have seen. It's actually 200 million views in just 5 days. I'm not sure if you can fathom that. But if you actually have hashtag 정국, and do you know how many views he has racked up? Because 3.5 years ago, when I first joined TikTok, I actually left out maybe 2 zeros from the actual number. 전국 on a hashtag is probably was probably 195 billion views. Early on, I think that maybe you'll have about 3 or 4 zeros after that since then. So you'll really know how much in terms of the presence and effect that these videos and platforms have. So platform is just one of the platforms that our mother company operates. We have 155 markets operated by ByteDance, 75 languages. And I think that employees surpass 100,000. A lot of the investors are some multinational companies. If you look at some of the downloads for Q3, that's actually quite a while ago, but we are still number 1. If you think about TikTok Korea, TikTok in Korea, we haven't been around so long. So this is global, but we don't really disclose the figures. So in September of 2021, we've had around 1 billion. So it's quite irrelevant because numbers are just numbers. I think that we've doubled ever since then. In Korea, we established in 2018, and I think that we've relatively been doing a good job. So if you ask, what is TikTok? It's entertainment. It's an entertainment platform, and it's a platform that actually changes the world, transforms the world through entertainment. So in Korea, when you search for something, you usually go to Naver. It's a search portal. But overseas, you actually go to TikTok because it has everything on there. You have videos, it's short form, and it's easy. So why do you use TikTok? Then, if I were to explain, it's actually short. When I was young, I mean, I'm not too old, but we actually had physical paper. But then it moved on to video. And then we had long movies and long videos. Now we don't have the luxury of waiting for that. Before it was maybe 15 seconds, but now it's been 30 seconds, 1 minute, and even live is being serviced. Then you also have full screen vertical videos. So it's not horizontal videos. Horizontal ones are more about the landscapes. Vertical ones are about one individual person. And then a default setting is that you always have some kind of music. And if you talk about music, you have K-content, and of course we have Konk, which is the IP organization. You also have the recommended feed, the annually recommended feed. For example, myself, a guy in his 50s, you might get an algorithm that shows me some kind of rated video, but you also might see some form of sports. Then it's actually something that is switchable, and you can flip through various different content with ease. You can choose only what you want to see. If I were to elaborate, so in fact, I actually can introduce all of these to you by video, but I mean, it's very easy. You can have filters, and you can edit easily. And it's very creative. That's a given. You also have various different users participate all at once. And even with technology, you have AR, VR, 2D, 3D, and time lapse as well. And even with your hand gestures and your facial gestures as well. We talk about the MZ generation using TikTok a lot, but it's not just about the MZ generation. I think that I have to rephrase myself. But of course, it is true that the younger teenage generation did use TikTok more often. However, it has now spread over to a higher age group. And now for the uniqueness, I think that in terms of the users, I talked about them as being unique. I had a lecture this morning with Professor Kim Kyung-il of Aju University. He said that we might have a lifespan of 130 years, and we might be able to, or we might have to work until when we're 90 years old. We might not be able to talk about age gap or age generation gaps, and I think I was quite pleased about that. What I want to mention is that it's more about me. It's me focused. It's about an individual-centric expression. And now, what we're doing at TikTok is what I would like to express or explain to you. Whenever there are disasters, we talk about safety and mental health to the victims or to the people. And then later on, I'd also like to talk about the CSR activities. And we also approach it from a public benefit. I think that for us, for a company, we approach it in a safe way to talk about mental health. How do we manage this? We do have our community guidelines. So internally, it's kind of like a rule or a policy that we have. So we have these categories. We have 9 different categories in terms of guidelines. So if you look at the details, you do have pages of details. You do have additional separate regulations and guidelines. However, we do categorize them under 9 different bigger categories. If you actually violate them in terms of your content, then because social and cultural guidelines always change depending on the times, we are taking heed of all of those transformations and changes. We are regularly updating these guidelines, cooperating with the community, so that we can support our users even better. And then there's also the mental and behavioral health among the different categories. So I'd like to elaborate on that. Inside this always is included suicide, and then there's also eating disorders that falls into the same kind of category. This mental health or behavioral health is actually interlinked with human society. That's why we look at it from multiple different facets. So I'm sorry that this is in English, but we talk about our community members. So we care deeply about the well-being of our community members and want to be a source of happiness, enrichment, and belonging. So we want to help people, and we welcome people coming together to find connections, participate in shared experiences, and feel part of a broader community. And we also work to make sure that this occurs in a supportive space that does not negatively affect others. So we talked about suicide and self-harm. And related to that, any kind of depicting, promoting, normalizing, or glorifying activities that could lead to suicide or self-harm is not allowed. And we also do not permit any TikTok community members to share content depicting them and partaking in or encouraging others to partake in dangerous activities. However, there is power in the community in sharing their experiences in the right context. So, through extensive consultation with external experts, we do understand that there is a place for recovery stories. And this content is allowed on the platform to raise awareness and to create support for the wider community. And when you search for these words, for example, self-harm, we do not show related content. We want to support our community by providing resources and access to emotional support helplines. We will elaborate on what we do in Korea, but we have a regional suicide prevention hotline. TikTok actually works with emotional health experts to continually improve our policies and approach. And if and in the event that our intervention could help a TikTok community member who may be at risk of harming themselves, TikTok team may also alert local emergency services. In order to better support our community, TikTok partners with experts to develop toolkits for people to learn more about improving their well-being. So, we want to meet our community at points where they may be seeking help for or more information. So we know the importance of using creator and lived experience voices to help those who might be struggling with something. So we know that proactive intervention has a huge effect in keeping people safe. So we want to meet our community at those points where they may be seeking help. We include content from creators who share their personal experiences with these kinds of mental well-being and where to seek support. As you can see, so we work with civil society partners and regulatory bodies, and through that we create a safe community ecosystem. If people search for a phrase like self-harm, then we proactively push localized resources to help them provide options. And this is the same for Korea. And I also mentioned eating disorders and life-threatening disorders. And in fact, I believe that this is the same with psychological stress and disorders. This is also our approach that we want to help our community members. In the same line of thought, there's a lot of food-related content. So people suffering or recovering from eating disorders. Well, in Korea, we've had a lot of mukbang creators as well. So we do remove content that promotes unhealthy eating. Eating disorder is a very serious illness. So not only our platform, but any kind of fasting apps or weight loss supplements we don't allow ads for that and apply restrictions on those kinds of ads. Our community can also find extended eating disorder guides for teens, caregivers, and educators that provides information. And this was developed in conjunction with experts around the world. For content that does not violate our policies but may be harmful if viewed repeatedly, we work to carefully apply limitations on how it's recommended. Over the last year alone, we've implemented more than 15 updates to improve the systems. As I mentioned, we also support 75 different languages. For example, if someone searches for words or phrases such as anorexia or suicide, we provide in-app tips on how to identify negative self-talk and also find a way to change that into positive attributes and strengths. In terms of providing information, we also direct people to eating disorder helplines where they can access help. And now I have mentioned how our company operates and manages our app. I believe that it's very similar with other companies. There may be some companies that are managing it well and some that aren't doing so well. But platform apps have a common denominator that people actually access the platform and use it. So it's it's impossible to fully control. So you're basically providing the philosophy and the regulations, and you can only direct them in the right direction. Now I'd like to elaborate more on our CSR activities and what we do. So if you just look at the diagram, we are responsibly tackling various different issues. We also have a policy regarding CSR. And based on that, we want to create it on our product. We also work with various different partners, including experts. If you look at the various different activities, we're doing various different activities in various different regions. For example, during COVID-19, in Korea, we actually donated 1 million won to a fundraising donation fund. And this was done through fundraising activities from TikTok. And then we also have these challenges. When a specific topic is presented, it could be a dance, it could be an action, it could be singing, it could be a specific pose. But this is actually a user participatory challenge or mission. So the next one is jointly done with the fire department. Of course, we have sound, music, as well as dance. This was in 2019. Of course, we had over 9 million views. However, compared to some other videos, it's not shooting through the roof. But if you look at the total number of video productions, it's it's quite high, and also the promotional effects as well. Now, related to COVID, we worked with the Ministry of Culture, Sports and Tourism to prevent the virus from spreading, and we had various different challenges. If you look at the numbers, you suddenly doubt yourself whether this is the right number or not, but it's actually quite a high number. We also worked with Yuseiyun and the Korea Centers for Disease Control and Prevention during COVID-19. And we actually named it a room corner club, that it's actually done inside your house. So we also had donation activities because we actually had a link campaign, interactive campaign, and we were able to raise 1.22 billion in Korean won, so it was $1 million. So one video is actually $1. So if you think about the ramifications or the effects, it's quite large. So this is also something that we believe that we're very proud of. So this is Korea Lifeline. This is, I think, maybe the 4th year around. Next year we will continue it in a 5th year. We have created a program to commemorate and help in prevent suicide. So in Korea, suicide rates are very high. We're number 1 among the OECD countries. So on the platform, of course, it was a public benefit and public good, so that's why we had these videos also inside the school and outside the school. This is also done with Korea Lifeline. Let's walk together. This is to prevent suicides. This is a hashtag Let's Walk Together challenge. It's actually, we had about 4,000 who gathered together to walk together. Not within our app, but this is also something that we do with Korea Lifeline, the Lara School and Me Care. This is about psychology assistance. I do wish that this had gone for a longer period. So unfortunately, we aren't seeing the suicide figures drop. But in the long run, we do hope that we will be able to contribute to reducing suicide rates. As I mentioned, this is Korea Lifeline, and about 4,000 people joined together to walk together. And this is done with the Ministry of Health and Welfare and the National Mental Health Center. This is hashtag I'm Mentally Healthy, and it's a dance challenge. We also worked with the Korea Red Cross, and it's a moving trauma center for CSR activities after the Itaewon tragedy. We were thinking of what we could do, and we actually created a van and called it the Moving Trauma Center. I really do hope that this project can take off and that it will become much bigger. If I were to go back to our project, we looked at what actually happened during the Itaewon tragedy. So we do have our own internal messaging system like Kakao at our company. And we do have our APEC headquarters in Singapore, but coincidentally, a lot of the people who work there are Korean, like even that, to the fact that we actually speak Korean when we're in Singapore. Of course, all of the texts are in English. However, a lot of the messages were in Korean. So I woke up in the middle of the night and I found out that this had happened because I had gone to bed early, but the people who were in charge of safety, we have TNS and Trust and Safety. So that department was actually up all night. Because provocative content or content that should not have been uploaded were censored, they were monitored. And I think that it was a very difficult night for all of us. So, of course, we are doing various other activities as well, but as you have seen, the Secretary General and myself, we actually took a picture for the Moving Trauma Center. So it was great to meet you all today. I just hope that I have helped you in understanding TikTok a little bit better. So one final word that I would like to leave with you is maybe think about how you can use TikTok to better address disaster relief activities. Well, thank you very much for your attention. Well, it's not just about creating fun, but it's talking about the risks of video platforms, policies to overcome them, and efforts to take care of users' mental health. So if you have any questions, I think that we have time for 1 or 2 questions. I am from the Mental Health Care Center at Gyeonggi University Hospital. So along with Professor Baek Jong-ho at our university hospital, we are looking into using AI on how triggers on social media can be controlled with AI, and that actually trigger suicide or any kind of ill effects that can lead to self-harm or suicide. Whenever there is a report of these videos that can create harm, is there a system or an algorithm that can actually filter out any videos that should not be there? Or is it a person in charge that actually goes through one by one? Well, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to answer your question. I think that most of the companies, it's the same situation, but AI is the one that does it. So the first phase is that they filter through AI, and then a person does it. And then you also have like a quality control team. So I'm not sure of the numbers, but actually 99-point-something% is actually done at from the AI. There are things that actually seep through the 99-point-something%. And then the rest is actually reported. Then we review it again. I'm not sure if I had answered your question well. We're actually using AI to a large extent. we do have people monitoring and censoring these videos. We have them stationed in Korea. I think that we're the only company that has that capability within Korea, and about over a third of our staff is actually allocated to that. Content is very much affected by culture. So the exposure in Korea and Brazil is very different. So in Brazil it might be okay, but in Korea you should not see those videos. So the fact that the people are actually stationed here is very important. And just to reiterate, AI does the initial job, and there's an abundance of technology embedded in the AI. Of course, you do come across certain content that should not be uploaded and that do put a frown on your face. However, I'm not exactly sure. I think that it was 99.6 or 7% that is filtered. Right. Any other questions? One more question? Yes, we do have. Thank you very much for the great presentation. I think that the Ministry of Interior and Safety is also looking into an AI technology and platform. For example, if a person searches for suicide or self-harm, you mentioned that the platform suggests helplines. Of course, that's great too, but for high-risk individuals, they just remain complacent. So I think that maybe an expert should reach out to them. I think that that is the best way, but that's actually very difficult to do because of personal information privacy. But for example, if you actually search in eating disorder, then you can actually connect onto these healthy eating centers. Can you have a system where you can intervene more aggressively? Well, no, we don't have that aggressive intervention system, I guess. So a few years ago, with the number N story room on chat rooms, I think that there are 9 NGOs and organizations that actually were in charge from the government authorities. But for eating disorders, I don't think that it's a high level of priority within the Korean government. So something that you mentioned, of course, is something that the government actually should take responsibility. As for a private company, it's not easy to intervene so aggressively. One of the more important issues these days is that I looked at all of the contents and I thought that it was very good, but I would like to ask for your interest from the company side, because youth violence or school violence, school bullying, or and a lot of the substance abuse issues among students is a key issue. So maybe something like TikTok could probably help out in that endeavor. So thank you very much.
네, 이어서
This is the final presentation in part 1. We have our distinguished guest coming from Hong Kong. Dr. Liza Cheng is the lead of Asia Pacific Mental Health and Psychosocial Support Training and Learning Collaborative, as well as the technical advisor of the IFIC Center for Psychosocial Support. She has extensive experience on a variety of disaster settings internationally. 2 days ago, she was in Afghanistan, and she's here to bring her invaluable experience and share them with us today.
안녕하세요. Hello. So, thank you so much for inviting me to come to this conference, and also sorry that I won't be able to deliver my presentation in Korean. So you have to put on this the headphone. I'm very glad to be able to come here today and share with you about the applications of mental health and psychosocial support in various type of disasters all around the world. I'm coming from the International Federation of Red Cross and Red Crescent Societies. I'm based in Hong Kong, but in Hong Kong we now have this Asia Pacific collaborative serving the entire region. So I would really like to today to have this opportunity to share with you some of the previous experience in applying mental health and psychosocial support interventions in various kinds of disasters. So this collaborative based in Hong Kong is actually a tripartite setup of the IFRC Asia Pacific Regional Office, the Hong Kong Red Cross branch, and also our reference center in psychosocial support in Denmark. So together, these three parties, we form this reference hub in Hong Kong to serve our entire region. So regarding our entire region, it means we have all the way from Tonga to Afghanistan to Mongolia to New Zealand. So that's why the type of crisis that we are experiencing are also very different. And our collaborative has been working mainly on three different areas, including building the capacity of the national societies, assisting in emergencies, like different kinds of crises that are happening in the country. We are providing the technical input and also the maybe some actual support to them as well. And also build a platform for different countries to learn from one another. And I guess when I first started working in this field, which is like so many years ago, I always have to highlight the importance of why do we need to take care of people's mental health and psychosocial support. I always tell people, okay, after like a disaster, if we are able to provide the shelter and the blankets for the people, but if we don't take care of people's mental well-being or psychosocial well-being, they may not be able even to sleep. We are able to provide food and water, but we know that when people are very stressed and depressed, they may not even have appetite to eat. When we can provide medicine, but we know that health is more than just the absence of disease. It's also the holistic concept of physical, mental, and social well-being. We can rebuild a house, but if we don't take care of mental health and mental well-being, we cannot help them to rebuild a home. So this is usually how I advocate for the importance. But today, in this house full of mental health and psychosocial activists and practitioners, I don't think I need to explain further. So it's important for us to understand after like a crisis, usually in the community, we have a lot more people may encounter various type of like stress reactions. But it's important for us not to pathologize some normal reactions, because after like a crisis, even people who usually are doing quite well, they may also experience like short-term reactions affecting the sleep, affecting the appetite. So that's why it's important when we are working with the groups of people after the crisis, we are not really pathologizing them. We are only treating these reactions as some normal reactions under abnormal situations. And whenever we talk about like disaster mental health, like disaster impact of mental health, a lot of time we focus mainly on the survivors, like direct survivors went through the crisis. Of course, when we compare that to like general public, the long-term mental health impact must be like so much higher. But it's important for us, especially we are from, a lot of you are from Red Cross movement, from the Red Cross, or you're also coming from organizations composed with volunteers. It's important for us not to forget actually the first responders in disasters, as well as the community volunteers. They are also at risk. According to some research, for example, some firefighters, responders, 1 in 8 firefighters may develop long-term mental health disorders after exposure to some critical incidents. So that's why it's very important for us to not to forget, apart from supporting our beneficiaries, are we also supporting our helpers in the first line? These are some of the pictures when I was working in Liberia in 2014 at the West Africa Ebola outbreak. Back then, we always say it's not just the outbreak of virus, but it's also an outbreak of fear, rumors, and stigma. I guess for now, I don't need to explain further because we all went through COVID. But back then, people are very curious. Why, when there is like a disease outbreak, why do we need mental health and psychosocial support? What is the use of it? But I guess for now, we all understand that. This is the team that I work mainly very closely with. They are the what we call the dead body management team. If you're aware of this virus outbreak, you may understand that for patients who die from Ebola, actually at the point of their death, the number of the viral load is highest, and also the living environment is also full of the Ebola virus. And that's why dead body management, or later what we call the safe and dignified burial team, is very important in terms of the disease control. But as you can tell, their work are full of risks. They are worried about the contamination of themselves. They are having lots of workload. Sometimes they are also being stigmatized by people around them. And they themselves may also face anger and violence. And every single day, because they are going to the community picking up bodies, so they are also facing grief and death. So it's very important for us to know how we are supporting these kind of responders. And for this, I have one video that I would like to show you. This is one video of the team that I worked with in Liberia, of this dead body management team. I guess from watching the video, maybe you also get a better sense of how their work is.
My team carried 15 yesterday. It's increasing. For now, the death rate is increasing, now reducing. Our own Liberian brothers are dying. We are not happy of that. But it's matter of fact that we just have to do it to get the body out of the community, to get the body out of the street. But if we not do it, the virus will keep to be extending in Liberia. Maybe some of us to our level will be involved. Before we can pick up the body, we always do a social worker work. And for me, I always do a social worker work. I will first of all call the people, introduce our title to the eminence of Red Cross, talk to them at Red Cross is here to pick up the body, and the people can be convinced before we can get the body out of the hospital, before carrying it to the cremation site. And we've told them clear call are going to cremate the body. We're not going to bury it, we're going to cremate the body. The physical protection we have in the job, we use the PPE, the safety gear that Red Cross bring for all. Wear a well-dressed, observe one another, know that your body show. I can promise anybody that my life at risk, because the little mistake I make, I will be affected. Because I'm playing with the dead people every day and night around them. But the best thing we can ever do for ourselves, dress properly before we go and take the body. And when we take the body, we're very careful in taking all the PPE. To wear the PPE is very easy, but to take it all is more difficult. Because in taking all the PPE, if you not be too careful, you can get affected from it. So Red Cross is doing well for us. They always remind us about training, about the safety matters. Let's be frank, it's playing on our mind. Down to our authorities, down to Red Cross, it's playing on everybody's mind. I have 6 living children. I'm married, I have my wife. My wife knew that what I went to school for. My family know that what I'm going to school for, that the job I'm doing. So for my family, they have no problem with me. The only thing they advise me, follow the training the people gave you. We ask the international community to come to our aid, because the particular virus, this is the very first time entering Liberia. It's strange to us, as something that we don't know about. So we ask the international community to come to our aid to help Liberia with more medical support. If we got more medical support, I believe people will come through.
A lot of time when we talk about self-care or stress management, people would say that it's something good to have or nice to have. But in situation like just now what you saw in the Ebola outbreak or in some other really critical situation, actually the ability for us to care for ourselves and also the ability to manage stress could be like a life and death matter. So that's why we always use this slogan to make sure if there is like an air mask dropping on the plane because of the turbulence or other things, please put on your own mask before helping other people. And from some of our speakers earlier, when during your presentation, this is also like a theme that keeps coming up in my mind, because we have a lot of very devoted, dedicated colleagues and volunteers working out in the field, and it's important for us as like an organizer, we are deploying them to the field to also take good care of their own mental health and psychosocial well-being. So that's why when the International Federation is responding to Ebola outbreak, apart from what we call very important dead body management, clinical management of the illnesses, health education in the community, or conducting contact tracing, these are not like aliens to us because we all went through the pandemic. Mental health and psychosocial support is one of the pillars of the response. And I was surprised by then, actually the national hotline being run by the government for people reporting Ebola cases, those hotlines are actually managed by all the counselors because they know that in order to understand people's fear, establishing the trust and also the confidence of people to report on these incidents, it's important we have this build up the really good connections with the callers. And sometimes when we are working in the field, of course, it's important to also do a lot of training of trainers because as some of you already mentioned earlier, in different cultures, it may mean different things. Or the way how mental health and psychosocial support is being implemented could be quite different. So that's why training up local actors are very important and also one of the crucial work of our task. And we also went out to do a lot of health education or psycho-education to deliver the messages. Maybe it's a bit unimaginable, but back then when I first arrived in Liberia, that is actually the beginning of the outbreak, there are posters everywhere saying that Ebola is real. And there's also a lot of songs played in the radio telling people that Ebola is real because a lot of local people don't believe that. They didn't believe that it is real back then. So a lot of education and trust building is very much important. And also, apart from application in the field, it's always good if you can also bring these learnings back to the community, share with wider audiences. So that's why after my mission in Liberia, we also get together a lot of lessons learned and to share widely to other international community. I guess this guideline, the Psychological First Aid Guideline, is one of the mostly translated PFA guideline worldwide. So back then we also have one version on Ebola outbreak. And actually, this version of the guideline becomes a very useful one when we first encounter COVID. Because back then we talked a lot about how do you provide psychological first aid when you can't really touch another person, really touch another human being. If you can't talk to them directly, or you have to talk like via the telephone or via some like barriers. So back then this guideline has become so useful in 2020, like early 2020, when we are developing different types of international guidelines on how to support people during the COVID. And not to mention, after COVID, I guess the overall general public awareness of mental health and psychosocial support is so much higher. At the Federation, we conducted a federation-wide survey to all the national societies and to ask about, during the COVID, what are some of the most essential interventions that you believe are relevant in your context, in your country? And again, apart from all the other very important elements and interventions like health education or vaccination in the community, mental health and psychosocial support has been ranked at the top 5, like in 5 different regions of our federation. And I believe it really like touches people because every one of us is affected, and we know that our well-being is important and is also linked with our physical health. So after, like during the COVID, we also tried to do a lot of different things in the region. I have heard a lot of good work that is conducted by the Korean Red Cross as well in reaching out to the community. Other places, other countries in the region as well. So we try to get together a lot of lessons learned, and together with some international colleagues, we were also able to put together some, I would say, really like a summary of our experience in various countries in our region, particularly in some low and middle income countries. How does like COVID impacting all our mental health in the short term as well as in the long term? And we managed to have this publication at the Lancet Psychiatry. So we really are very glad that it can reach to like a wider international community. And also we borrow this concept of build back better. So crisis, of course, we don't want them to happen. We don't want them to exist. But when it exists, usually it also serves as like an opportunity for us to do better. Maybe the awareness of the community is enhanced, and at the same time, we are able to introduce more interventions back to the community. So this is something that we believe in, and we also hope to continue bringing this like impact to our wider population. In the Red Cross movement, when we talked about mental health and psychosocial support, this is our model. So just now, I already heard some of you mention about the stratified type of intervention, to have this like referral mechanism. And in our model, it's not just the pyramid that we try to stratify, like different specialized service for different types of people in the community. We also have this circle, circling around this pyramid. It's what we call the protective circle. Before any type of interventions that we conduct, it's very important for us to make sure we have this protective environment, making sure vulnerable populations won't be exploited, won't be facing extra like violence impact to them. And under such circumstances, then we can continue to talk about various types of mental health and psychosocial support. And many of you have already talked about like psychological first aid. And according to our movement framework of mental health and psychosocial support, MHPSS, so PFA is classified as one of the basic psychosocial support. What does that mean? It means that we hope that we are able to make sure all our responders or all our beneficiaries would be able to be reached by us in a humane and supportive way. Our responders are able to learn some basic psychological first aid skills so that no matter in what sector that they are working, maybe they are working in the hospital settings, maybe they are working in distributing like relief items, they also know about psychological first aid. When they interact with beneficiaries, they are able to use that skill because we know it's important to not do harm. Speaking of doing harm, before the launch of psychological first aid, maybe some of you already know of this bit of history. Before the born of the psychological first aid in the 2000s, there was some other types of interventions existing in the international community for decades. People have been using that, believing that by people talking about the disasters is a way to help them release. But later on, when the researchers trying to do more research upon the type of interventions that, is this intervention really helping people? We found out that in some situations, it may not be really helpful. Or in other situations, it may even cause harm. Because by having people to talk about the interventions, talk about the disaster story, if they are not willing to do so, we may actually cause more harm than good. So that's why when we talked about, when we mentioned mental health and psychosocial support, sometimes people feel like, oh, it's easy. You just pull a chair, sit beside someone who is in distress, and try to talk to them. That's easy. But in reality, we know inappropriate care can also do harm. And this is why our training of our staff and volunteers in psychological first aid is so important, because it's not just common sense knowledge, it's a skill, it's a knowledge that needs to be learned and practiced. So that's why right now, worldwide and in the region, we have been doing a lot of promotion in psychological first aid, hoping that our responders would be able to master these important skills. So already a lot of you already know that for psychological first aid, we are not saying that only like the counselors of mental health professionals should learn. We want everyone to learn that. It may become, maybe later on one day, it's like the first aid training, like the first aid, physical first aid training of all our staff and volunteers. We want everyone to learn that. So worldwide, of course, there are a lot of like psychological first aid guidelines. If you typed psychological first aid, you are able to find quite a number of them. And I just checked with some of our colleagues in Korea that we also have some Korean translation version. I am not so sure if you have already translated the World Health Organization version of that. Are anyone aware of that? There is one psychological first aid guideline published by the World Health Organization, and maybe you already have the Korean version. So back then when I was working in the university, so I worked with my colleagues to do the Chinese translation and adaptation so that we are able to also cater to people of different languages. And as I said, also during the Ebola outbreak. And in Red Cross movement, right now, we have these actually 5 books talking about psychological first aid. Apart from the introduction of the psychological first aid, we have the modules that is specific for children. Some modules specified in a group setting. How do we support our staff and volunteers in the PFA group? So this would also be very good materials if you're interested in this topic. And I'm not so sure if all of this has been translated in Korean or not. But if it hasn't, then it's my high recommendation to do that, because I believe it's not just benefiting the Red Cross movement, but also to a bigger, wider community. When I talked about mental health and psychosocial support, just now we mentioned the application in a disaster, like a disease outbreak. And now I would like to move the topic a little bit to population movement. Migration has been a very important and serious topic globally, and not just in in the African continent, but also in our Asia Pacific region. So maybe some of you are already aware of this situation. So in Myanmar, there is a group of people, the Rakhine, living in Rakhine people, the Rohingyas living there. They have been facing different kinds of violence, and throughout the decades, they have been moving elsewhere. And since 2018, actually, there is also a very big wave of population moving from Bangladesh from Myanmar to Bangladesh. And right now in Cox's Bazar, this place in Bangladesh, it has been the world's largest settlement because over 1 million of these people are actually staying there in Bangladesh. One of those days when I was there at the flash wave of people coming in the country, we also have this experience working with them at the borders while they are waiting to be accepted to come into the country. What we realize is that usually a lot of them, they do not have a lot of belongings carrying with them, but then we do. After talking to them, all of them can tell you really sad and horrible stories of what they encountered back then, and also along the the horrific journey. Maybe just one more example. At the transit center, this is one mother that I met. So she has 2 young kids, and you may realize that she also have 2 red plastic bags next to her. That's her only belonging. And those 2 plastic bags were given by us. Those were the bottles of waters and biscuits given by us. So basically, when she fled, what she brought is just her 2 children, nothing else, not even a bag. So we are facing this group of really vulnerable populations, and at the border and in a lot of other different humanitarian settings that we are working in the Red Cross. So that's why we are trying to integrate a lot of knowledge and experience to hopefully, in even a settlement like this, we are able to provide support groups to the men, to the women, and also to the children. Maybe later on, I can also share one more stories about how we worked with them in such a setting. But it's important when we talked about psychological first aid, we never forget psychological first aid is just first aid. It's not therapy, and is for sure not something that we use to manage severe mental illnesses or severe mental disorders. So that's why in all of our service, it's important for us to also establish the system of referrals at the beginning of all the programs, because we may encounter some such situations. It's important for us to have all the systems in place. These are some very useful guidelines by the WHO, the image gap. Just now, several days ago, I came back from Afghanistan. In some situations when resources are very deficit, we may not have a lot of mental health professionals, then how to train primary healthcare workers or even nurses or community health people to be aware of the intervention. So this would be some very useful intervention guidelines to be used. Okay, so yes, so I want to use an example when I worked in the Nepal earthquake. So before we built everything, as I mentioned, we already have this referral pathway established. Sometimes maybe only the big referral hospitals in the capital would have some psychiatric interventions, but do build the referral mechanisms before you set up any type of programs. And we are also trying to integrate the elements of psychological first aid in various kinds of what we call the child-friendly activities or child-friendly programs. We have been also using this puppet drama psychoeducation to talk about the common stress reactions after a crisis to the group of kids so that they are aware of how do they like take care of themselves and also take care of people around them. So this is what we built with the child-friendly space. As you can see, this is actually the clinic set up by the Japanese Red Cross, and we work together to provide the MHPSS program there. So just now I mentioned I have one last story to share. This is the child-friendly space back in Bangladesh. Okay, do you see what is written at the front? I wouldn't say gates, but the door of the child-friendly space. Can you see what is written down there? It's the opening hours. It says that this child-friendly space is opened from Thursday to, let's see, Friday it should be. Yeah, so no, from Saturday to Thursday, right? Because Friday is the like holiday, rest day. And then also opening hours from 11 o'clock to 2 o'clock. And the kids are so good. They are also translating it into Burmese and also write down, to draw the clock there for fear some of the younger kids, they may not be able to understand the words. What I want to share here is something about hope. We know that for psychological first aid, it's built upon several important elements. One of those is about hope. And when we talk about hope, we always have this idea or ambition that this is something so grand in the future for us to look forward to. But for this group of children, they came from Myanmar, come to Bangladesh, stay in like a settlement. There may not be a lot of things for them to look forward to in the grand future. But then in this child-friendly space, after we set up this tent, one day when we walked up to the hills to kickstart the program, we saw that over 100 children were staying inside and surrounding the tent, cheering, seeing us coming and then to start the exercise, the activities there. What I want to say here is that sometimes in some crisis situation, we may not see the hope immediately because we feel that it's so gloomy, or maybe just at the beginning of COVID, when we cannot see where's the end of it, a lot of people may lose the sense of hope. But it's important in our work to not just focusing on the grand future hope, but also to focus on something that they can look forward to on a daily basis, something that they can look forward to and have the sense of control of, okay, at least tomorrow I can go there and I can have some activities. I can resume some of my routines in my life. That's also giving people the sense of hope. And I believe as the psychological practitioner, like the mental health and psychosocial practitioners, we are trying to bring this to our community at the moment that is maybe we are all losing some sense of the hope. So I believe I don't need further advocacy in this group because we believe that MHPSS is not like a luxury, it's a necessity after all crisis, and it's only through that we are able to provide this holistic support to the people affected. So thank you very much for this opportunity, and I look forward to have more interactions with you all. Thank you. 감사합니다.
네, 발표 감사드립니다.
Thank you for your presentation. Globally, there was about how disaster psychology assistance unfolded, I would say, across global regions. And in East Asia, she also talked about how we can cooperate to support psychological well-being and relevant activities. Now, I'd like to open the floor for questions or comments. I can entertain, I think, a couple of questions. First of all, thank you very much for your excellent presentation. I'm from Chungnam Red Cross branch. I'm sure everyone would remember that when an earthquake happened in Turkey, we sent spam and to the site. And most of these people were Hindus, so they were not eating pork, and spam is made of pork. So there are religious and cultural differences, and we lacked the understanding in providing MHPSS. I think cultural and religious understanding is critical. So at the IFIC, to help us boost such cultural and religious understanding, do you have any system to do so, and any practices that you can share with us so that we can that can help with our practices?
Thank you so much for your question. Indeed, it's very cultural sensitive when we are providing the relief support as well as like mental health and psychosocial support. One of the advantages, I would say, in the Red Cross movement is that we always have national societies in the country. So that's why we rarely implement our activities without the collaboration with the host national society, because they are the expert and their knowledge and experience should not be overlooked. So that's why they are an essential partner for us to work together. And just now, like the incident that you mentioned, that triggers me to think about in 2004, the South Asia tsunami. So back then it was also like a big lessons learned for the humanitarian community. And since then, the UN has established this like the interagency standing committee, like the OCHA system, making sure that different international agencies are working together in an effective and efficient way. And they also publish a lot of guidelines, including like some international guidelines for us in order to like provide health and care, to provide water and sanitation. What are the like the minimum standards? So even for mental health and psychosocial support, we also have those, like to make sure that we are not doing harm. Apart from trainings, I would say really to work collaboratively with your partners in the national societies is always the best way. As you can see, just now I shared some experience from quite a global setting in West Africa, in Liberia, or in like Nepal, in Bangladesh. In different cultures, they may see MHPSS differently. And also, a lot of time, they may have some local support networks that we should not overlook. They may have some local culture or local practitioner who may not call themselves MHPSS people, but they are actually providing the well-being care for the community. So the importance is how we can work together with them. For example, the faith-based groups, sometimes like the religious leaders, they are important to the people. And how we can work better together is something that we should always remind ourselves of.
네, 감사드립니다.
Thank you very much. I think that we will have an opportunity to ask Dr. Eliza through the Korean Red Cross. Thank you very much.
네, 이렇게 1부의 발제가 모두 끝이 났는데.
So we now have all of the presentations that have closed, and we will now have the opening remarks from the president of the Korean Red Cross, as well as the participating volunteer competition for volunteers. So please welcome President Kim Chol-soo. A big round of applause and a warm welcome for his efforts. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the great presentation. I heard the last presentation. I went to Turkey and the migrants there and the efforts for psychological activists to treat children from Syria as well. And when I was in Turkey, And there was also the earthquake. So there were so many children who were living off of tents for months on end, for over 8 months. But watching them survive like that was very heartbreaking. But the Korean Red Cross actually used containers to provide air conditioning as well as basic sanitation and facilities so that they can actually live in there. So when I looked at the people from Syria, of course we need a lot of material goods. However, but if you think about giving hope for children for the future, I think that that's the most important aspect. So thank you very much for the great presentation. So thank you once again, and I would like to extend a warm welcome for joining us in the International Conference on Disaster Psychology. Globally, we have experienced a series of large and small-scale disasters, and because of the rise in temperature, I think that the crisis is now spreading. For example, in the floods in Libya, is something that's unprecedented and that is something that was unimaginable before. And if you think about it, it's the result of us not meeting our promises for carbon neutrality and to mitigate the temperature rise. And recently, we have experienced changes in our daily lives due to COVID-19 and the East Coast wildfires, as well as some of the wars that are going on with the war in Ukraine as well as Israel. I believe that it's heartbreaking, and it makes you question whether this is truly necessary. I actually wrote an essay in a newspaper in Korea. Where are we headed as humanity? And it was in a Korean media outlet for a daily newspaper. Where are we heading as humanity? We're all striving for our greed and for capitalistic measures. Now we're experiencing wildfires, torrential rains, typhoons, and the Itaewon tragedy has also left countless damages in our society. And the earthquake in Morocco, earthquake in Turkey, and the disasters in Libya, I believe that we have to work together, and the Korean Red Cross will take the lead. And I believe that healing emotional wounds also involves having disaster psychology assistance. I think that we have to provide much love. I don't think that it will be able to be done with just words. I believe that now is the true time for disaster psychology assistance. We have all of our experts. Of course, we need materialistic support as well, but I think that emotional support is something that is truly needed. So I hope that all of the experts and participants here will help us. In Korea, the Korean Red Cross has been operating disaster psychology assistance along with the Ministry of Interior and Safety since 2016. And we have been operating the psychological support during disasters through the centers in various different regions. And I would, as the president of the Korean Red Cross, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the Ministry of Interior and Safety. I believe that Director Park Chun-dong is here with us today. So thank you very much for your support. And Dr. Eliza Chung, thank you for your great contributions. Once again, I'd like to reiterate that psychological assistance regarding disasters is something that needs to be done holistically. And I think that this is the true time that we really need to take heed to disaster psychology assistance. All of the experts, participants have to be more active in this area. So once again, I'd like to thank everyone for participating, and the Korean Red Cross will work with the IFRC to do our part. Thank you very much. So now we will have a commemorative photo. I would like to ask all of the presenters and the discussants up onto the stage.
네, 감사합니다. 단상으로.
Thank you. You may step down, and may I have your attention, please, for a moment. Moving on, we'd like to set the stage, and we're going to have a 20-minute break before part 2. At the back of the room, please be back by 4:10, and we have coffees and refreshments available. Please enjoy. Thank you.
자, 네. 자, 마지막으로 안내 드립니다. 자, 안쪽으로 들어와.
May I have your attention, please? Please come inside and take your seats.
네, 우리 발제자님들께서는 다 오셨죠? 네. 배정희 단장님, 박준동 과장님, 엘리자, 박상현 팀장님, 최은경 교수님, 김민주 교수님, 네, 그리고 김기현 센터장님. 네, 그러면 시간이 이제
It's almost time, and we're going to start sharp.
네, 지금 시각이 4시 10분입니다. 이제 2부를 시작.
Let us commence part 2 of this conference today. Did you enjoy your coffee and snacks? We will be joined by a new group of participants and discussants. Let me introduce to you our moderator and panelists for part 2. Please take your seat on the stage from the right. We have Mr. Kim Gi-hyun, Professor Baek Myung-jae, Professor Choi Yoon-kyung, Mr. Park Sang-hyun, Dr. Liza Chung, Director Park Jung-dong, and last but not least, Ms. Bae Jung-lee as the moderator. For part 2, we have our moderator, Professor Bae Jung-lee. She served as the head of the Busan Disaster Psychology Assistance Center for 8 years from 2008, paving the way for the introduction of the Disaster Psychology Assistance Project in Korea. She's currently a policy advisor to the National Trauma Center and the Ministry of the Interior and Safety. Please welcome her with a big round of applause, and let me step down. Good afternoon. I am Bae Jung-lee, and I will be serving as the moderator for part 2. In part 2, our theme is Direction of Public Disaster Psychology Services According to Disaster Management. With this topic, we have our discussants who have prepared their discussion paper. I was provided with these papers in advance. In part 1, there was such an excellent time for us. We were joined by on-site experts. We also heard from the Ministry of the Interior and Safety about its policy directions and future plans. We also had a speaker from TikTok listening to its platform. And also we were also joined by an expert with extensive experience across disaster settings globally. In part 2, I've studied the discussion papers, and I believe that part 2 would be just as excellent and fantastic as part 1. Integrative and target-based approach is going to be the topic of our part 2 discussions. Each panelist and discussant may have from 10 to 12 minutes to speak, and then questions may follow. Then we would like to open the floor for questions and comments, and this is also open to our participants joining us through YouTube. And this way, I believe we can identify excellent solutions. Our first panelist is, the topic is how to better collaborate on psychological support during disasters. It is the Ministry of the Interior and Safety which initiated psychological support undertakings. And now we're joined by Mr. Park Jun-dong, He has contributed to all these endeavors. And again, his topic is how to better collaborate on psychological support during disasters. Good afternoon. I am Park Jung-dong, and I'm heading the Disaster Relief Division at the Ministry of the Interior and Safety. I'd like to today talk about how to effectively collaborate for psychological assistance during disasters. And this project began back in 2007. At the time, we had the Firefighting Disaster Agency, and there was a study that was done to this end. In 2008, for the first time in Busan, Disaster Psychology Assistance Center opened in Busan. And since then, in Gyeonggi, Gangwon, Jeonnam, Seoul, Daegu, and in 9 other cities consecutively, the center opened consecutively. In 2015, we had such centers established across all these regions and cities. And these local centers, in the event of disaster, provide psychological first aid at the outset of disasters. So psychological support was provided by these centers. In 2014, in April of 2014, at the time of sinking of the Sewol ferry, each department participated in psychological support offering, and there were overlappings among organizations, so this highlighted the need for coordination. As a result, in 2020, the Disaster Relief Act was revised, and the Central Disaster Psychology Assistance Center and its local centers were established, so the necessary legal framework was laid down. Now the Central Disaster Psychology Assistance Unit, consists of 11 director-level experts and then 13 private sector experts. So in total, 24 non-standing members join the unit. And currently, the second group of the unit is under operation. Its functions include for efficient psychological assistance, supporting the alignment among relevant organizations, and building a collaborative network to support psychological assistance work. Last year, at the time of the Itaewon tragedy, the central unit went into operation, and I'd like to elaborate on this example. In October 29th, there was Saturday night. In the wake of the tragedy, on October 30th, the Central Disaster Headquarters initiated operations, and that was headed by the Prime Minister, and secondly, the Minister of the Interior Safety and the Minister of Health and Welfare went into that unit. So there were pan-governmental efforts to address the tragedy. The central unit here, on November 3rd, the central unit went into operation and was responsible for the division of labor among relevant organizations. For instance, the Ministry of the Interior and Safety oversaw psychological support and was also responsible for public-wide psychological support. The Ministry of Education was responsible for undergraduates as well as primary and secondary school students. The Ministry of Family and Gender was responsible for translation for foreigners. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs was responsible for foreigners again. And the firefighting agency was for firefighters, and the police agency responsible for police officers. So intensive psychological support was provided. And at the time, there were a large number of undergraduates affected. So at universities, we provided psychological training materials so that they could help undergraduate victims. And 6 experts were distributed to these student counseling centers as an advisor. And their list of names and contact information was made available. From October 14th, psychological counseling phone number was made operable 24 hours a day. So both public and private sector experts worked together to provide nationwide psychological support. Now turning to local units, in 2021, up until September of 2021, across 17 cities and provinces, these local units were established fully, and with relevant organizations joined by private sector experts also joined these local units. And next, I'd like to move on to another example relating to Gangwon province and in the wildfires affected the region. On April 11th this year, in Gangwon province, there was a big wildfire. At the Gangneung Arena Stadium, a temporary shelter opened. And at the time, the Gangwon Province Natural Disaster Management Department initiated the Disaster Psychology Assistance Unit. And then spaces were allocated and responsibilities were also allocated to help the affected. For instance, the Disaster Psychology Assistance Unit in Gangwon Province decided to open a counseling center within the arena stadium, and along with Gangwon-do Trauma Center and the Gangwon Mental Health and Wellbeing Center, decided to use the parking space and local parking spaces to operate 2 safety buses. These buses were mobilized to help affected people in providing psychological support. In addition, the local center organized on-site meetings to gather feedback and to provide coordination so that there is no overlapping and increased efficiency in providing psychological support. At the bottom, you would see photos taken concerning the Gangwon local center's work. And then let me move on to how to efficiently collaborate amongst relevant organizations. According to our Disaster Relief Act, both central and local disaster psychology assistance units should be established, and these centers should be overseeing and coordinating relevant work. When a disaster happens, then this collaboration system should be functioning properly. It means that in normal times, there should be communication and cooperation amongst relevant organizations. As for the Gangneung wildfire, the center went into operation and there was a cooperation system, and also there was the division of work amongst pertinent organizations. But for other disasters that happened, there were multiple organizations opening counseling centers in a single space and single location. So there were overlappings and redundancies in installing and operating counseling centers. So some areas were not able to benefit from such counseling service. And in opening counseling centers, public officials, local public officials, sometimes these public officials serve as a stumbling block to opening counseling centers. To provide psychological support, we believe that both at the central and local level, these units should be facilitated so that we have a speedy response to establishing and operating counseling centers. So disaster psychology assistance should be supported by more proactive agency of local governments. So it means that we can hold workshops or discussion meetings in normal times, in non-emergency settings, or municipal public officials, police officers and firefighters and other on-site staff members should be having increased awareness about disaster psychology assistance. At the Ministry of the Interior and Safety, we will be communicating with relevant organizations as well as working with these organizations. the central unit, meetings would be regularized and workshops would be hosted so that information is shared. And manuals and programs would be developed for disaster psychology assistance and then distributed locally. So when a disaster happens, we would be made available irrespective of locations. And I think we would be working with our activists as well as staff members of our disaster units. And I'd like to again appreciate their hard work. Thank you very much. Thank you. I think our collective affection as humanity is decreasing, but when I see your face, I really get healed. And I'm sure that you are such a warm-hearted public servant. Thank you very much for your speech. For this conference today, you have traveled all the way from Sejong City. So this is a rare opportunity to have a distinguished guest like him. And for our activists nationwide, I'm sure all of you would have your suggestions towards the Ministry of the Interior and Safety. Now I'd like to open the floor for your questions and comments. Any questions?
So first of all, 감사합니다, Mr. Park. I am really impressed by the work of the Ministry of Interior and Safety. And my question to you is that usually in a country, Red Cross is the auxiliary of the government. And how do you see the collaboration with the Korean Red Cross in providing disaster psychology assistance? I wish I can speak Korean now.
정부기관에서 각 기관들.
So how to ensure that you have collaboration amongst government organizations along with the Korean Red Cross? The Korean government has a disaster management system. Under this system, at the summit of this system is the Central Disaster Management Headquarters. Under the headquarters, we have local disaster management offices. And under them, we have firefighting, coastal guard, and other emergency aid control units. And also we have the Central Disaster Psychology Assistance Unit. So we have multiple layers of collaboration under this system. It means that if a location experiences a disaster, then first, coastal guides, firefighters come to the rescue, and then the local disaster management unit would address the disaster. And at the central unit, what we do is to provide assistance. And then when rescue is complete, psychological support will be provided. So this is how the system operates. Thank you. Any further questions or comments? That was so clear. I think that's why we have no further questions or comments. I'm sure comments and questions are coming online. A while ago, the latest disaster management paradigm, I was engaged in analyzing the changing paradigm and identifying commonalities. Comprehensiveness and the target would be so baffled when a disaster happens. So anyone who's experiencing a disaster would be out of their mind. It is critical that we provide one-stop services so that victims, those affected, won't be able to take any action, so that they could effortlessly be provided with the necessary assistance. So the Korean Ministry of the Interior and Safety, in the early days of such events, we already have a central unit to do that, assessing damages and providing compensation, identifying who's injured. And I believe the central unit can take actions simultaneously, and that's the system that we have in Korea. So I think we're very much advanced compared to other countries in terms of what we're doing in addressing disasters in Korea. So I take great pride in that. Often times I visit Japan and I receive briefings on their disaster management. Japan is prone to typhoons and earthquakes, so disaster management is done very well in Japan. I was very curious about disaster psychology assistance, and when I asked relevant questions to my Japanese counterparts, then the mayors would respond, "That's something that is done centrally." So again, I am impressed that it's very rare to have this system, that the system that we're having in Korea, so linked all the way from the central level to the local level. So again, I take a great pride in having such a system in Korea. In this sense, your presentation today shows that we have very comprehensive system, relevant organizations working very closely. You talked about the Itaewon tragedy. So again, we're building an exemplary model in this sense. So as a Korean, once again, I'd like to thank you for everything you do. I think it's time for us to move on to the next presentation.
맞습니다.
Thank you very much, Mr. Park. And now I think that Dr. Eliza also delivered various different aspects during her presentation, and it was very impressive about the overall management. And she also mentioned various different messages. And she also talked about how we get the oxygen masks during disasters within the airplane. Sometimes we always think about our children first, but it's really important that we should take care of ourselves first and then tend to our children. So that's actually the mentality that we should think about, especially in disaster management as well. We need to focus on ourselves, keeping ourselves safe and intact in order to help others. I think that that's also a very good message. So, Doctor, you also mentioned before, like how firefighters and policemen and those who are in the operational aspects of disaster management, also volunteers, how they have to manage themselves and how to heal as well. Could you please?
Thank you so much. For this panel, like the main theme that I would like to share again is about caring for our staff and volunteers. And just now, when Mr. Park mentioned about after the crisis response, there are also support provided to the responders themselves. I am really, really impressed. It's particularly important. For example, like in Hong Kong Red Cross also work very closely with the fire service department in together launching psychological first aid training for the fire service personnel. So they themselves, they also learn about PFA. And when we talked about like caring for our frontline volunteers and staff, I think one of the most important things for us not to forget is because they are actually coming from the same location. They are actually coming from the same context. They themselves may also be affected by disasters or crises. One of the my recent visit to Afghanistan is also to conduct some caring for staff and volunteers training to our Red Cross workers. They have been just recently responded to a major, actually not one but two and multiple earthquakes in the province of Herat. These volunteers and staff, they have been working day in, day out, even supported in digging up bodies from the ground. But they themselves are actually coming from the community. They are also affected in a way that they also have lost their family members, and that's why it's very important for us as an organization to have the mandate to also care for our frontline workers. So in the Red Cross movement, of course, we already have passed a lot of solutions and policies in taking care of our staff and volunteers. And it's also interesting to know that in different countries, actually they are having different ways to support staff and volunteers. Let me share one example from Australia. So in Australia, they have this system that is called independent well-being check. And so at the headquarters level, they set up a team of responders. And because in different provincial levels, they will respond to different emergencies or different operations. And after all the operations in the provincial levels, these responders, they will have their phone number in a confidential way that this independent well-being check team at the headquarters would receive. And later on, they will call this responders one by one, maybe after a week or maybe after 2 weeks. So they would just have a call. Usually, people will say, oh, no, I don't need those. I'm fine, I'm okay. But the experience is that once they try call these responders at the provincial level, usually they won't stop talking for 45 minutes, for 1 hour and a half, because they just have a lot to share. After the operation, to have somebody not in their management line for them to share their own experience. So in Australia, Red Cross, they now have this system in place. So one independent confidential team will provide this confidential support to the responders. And this is a very good model. Maybe it may also work for us as well. So at the entire movement, we have this reference center for psychosocial support in Denmark, based in Denmark, but supporting the whole region. We have been developing different guidelines and trainings for caring for staff and volunteers, and we also very frequently organize this kind of trainings, because it's important for us not at the agency level, but at the operational level, all those managers, supervisors, they know how to support the team because it's their team members. And in some regular volunteer gatherings or volunteer briefing and debriefing, it's important for them to know how to support the staff. Apart from reviewing the operational aspect, what have done wrong, what have done right, what have done not so good, what do we want to improve. Apart from all these discussions, it's also important for the managers and supervisors to have the ability to support the team accordingly. So that's why we have all these trainings for managers, for supervisors, so that they know how to support the team, or when the team is really having severe distress, they know how to refer. So this is also echoing my presentation earlier. So at the Red Cross, among all the guidelines on psychological first aid, now we have one guideline particularly dedicated to managers and supervisors, how to support the volunteers and staff, maybe in a group psychological first aid setting. How do you organize these sharing sessions? Not to do harm, but to promote positive coping and also mutual support among one another. Just now, I also, in my presentation, I also shared my experience in the Ebola outbreak in West Africa. So back then, like the stress of the responders are so high, some of them also report some like behavior or situations that makes us very worried. So we also established this buddy system. It's like a peer-to-peer support system. So it may not just necessarily be the support provided by the supervisors to the or from the manager from top down. It's also at like a peer-to-peer level. So they also feel easier to share. Of course, it has to be by voluntary basis. But in case, if we are able to like have this buddy system in place, then people also feel easier to share their worries, their anxiety, or some of the really like grief or sadness after doing various kinds of operations. So this could also be a very good system if you look at how to provide the support to our staff and volunteers. And of course, we also need to have this like a referral mechanism. In case of more severe conditions, then we know how to refer. And by doing everything, I mean, it's important for us to bear in mind the do no harm principles. As from research, we know that it's not like just sitting by a person talking to him or her like very casually. It could also do harm. So that's why we need to employ appropriate type of support, like interventions with the knowledge and skills to provide like this help. And one related point that I didn't really write down here, but I would also want to bring it, is a lot of people are now trying to compare psychological first aid to physical first aid, as we want to make sure that everyone learns psychological first aid. On one hand, of course, we want to do that, and actually even the concept is comparable. At the same time, I would also want to let us reflect a bit more or challenge ourselves a bit more. For physical first aid, usually when we do the training, we have this assessment system, examination system, making sure someone is really performing physical first aid in a way that is beneficial, that is not doing harm. But for psychological first aid, are we also doing that? Do we know our responders? Do we know our staff and volunteers? Are they really providing appropriate psychological first aid to the beneficiaries? I take an example. So Hong Kong Red Cross developed the psychological first aid training back in 2006, because back then they have this agreement with the airport authority that in times of aviation disasters, Hong Kong Red Cross would respond. So they start developing this training pretty early on. So they also have like a system of, I would say, assessment. So after going through an 18-hour of psychological first aid training, so that would be paper and pen examination, and there will also be role play examination in a way to make sure that people are really delivering the support as recommended, but not like just do whatever that they want. So I guess this is also a model. Maybe we can also take a look and see if we can also implement it in our psychological first aid training or some of the systems. I remember my previous speakers, they also mentioned in Korea, you're also establishing like the training systems for your responders. So maybe this is also something we can bear in mind, how to ensure the quality, because this is our responsibility to make sure that the support itself is not doing harm. So I guess this is one related topic when we talked about caring for staff and volunteers, because if the staff and volunteers, they themselves are not ready to provide support, actually putting them there to provide PFA can also do harm to them, because they are the one listening in all the sad stories. They are the one like carrying all the emotions from the beneficiaries. Do they also know how to take care of themselves? So by having this assessment system, we are protecting both the beneficiaries as well as the providers. So I hope it also echoed to my other speakers' sharing, and we can further explore more how to support our frontline staff more effectively. Thank you.
Thank you for your wonderful.
Yes, I think that while listening to her discussion, I think that peer-to-peer discussions and sharing amongst each other is also very important, because I think that even from my experience, we also have the peer gatekeeper program, and I think that that's also a very effective program. Another very important message is that, of course, sometimes you could be delivering harm without even thinking about it, without even knowing about it. So I think from the Korean Red Cross, we do need to pay more interest and be more attentive to training, and so that they know what they're doing and so that we have a structure. Now I would like to ask Ms. Kim, and I believe that there's a lot of questions. I think Ms. Kim Ki-hyun, support for volunteers and relief workers is very important, but how the Korean Red Cross provides support for volunteers, can you elaborate on that? Thank you very much. Yes, well, from the Korean Red Cross, we also received the disaster psychology assistance training from the IFRC in 1991, and from early 2000s we have been pursuing these kinds of projects, and accordance with the guidelines of the IFRC, we have been pursuing various different activities. And even at our center as well. It's rare cases, but there are certain employees that have been exposed to post-traumatic stress disorder. And even at disaster sites, we had set up the booths. And we actually go to those sites whether to determine whether we can actually set up those booths or not. But there are certain areas or cases where the sites have not been organized and properly settled. And in those cases, some of the employees experience these traumatic situations. And so that is why some of the cases, although rare, they do experience PTSD. So it could be direct experiences, it could also be indirect experiences, and even with these people who have experiences, it could be our peers, also our employees and staff. So, and I think that one of the presenters also mentioned that there was a counselor who had to provide the services for 5 hours on a house and a cliff. And so we do sometimes have to go in these very vulnerable situations. And I'm very I do respect their dedication. And I think that as colleagues, we do need to think about caring for each other, because we do know and understand what we're doing. Is there anyone from the audience who would like to recommend a certain relief program that they would like to suggest? Do you have any suggestions? I think that maybe you might have some. Yes, I think that we have some questions on the YouTube channel. I think it's not related to volunteers or staff, but because Dr. Eliza is from the IFRC, from the IFRC, do you have any support for the Israel and Hamas war or the attacks there?
So if it's in terms of mental health and psychosocial support, yes. What we know is that our national societies in both Israel and in Gaza area, they are also like the Palestinian national societies. They are also have been helping since very long time. And I would say, like very sadly, both national societies these days are facing the death of the staff and volunteers since the conflict situations recently. I believe that is a very like sad situation. Of course, it's in a conflict situation. At the same time, I will also want to mention one thing, because in IFRC we have been working in various kind of emergencies: natural disasters, man-made disasters, conflict situations, technological disasters. So that's why, as an organizational level, it's important for us to get prepared at the national society level, and at the same time, we are also at the IFRC level. We also have some like mental health and psychosocial support for our staff and volunteers in place. So we also have the system there. Yeah. So I would say this is how we are working in various contexts these days.
네, 감사합니다. 질문.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the question as well as the answer. I think that we need to move on to the next presenter or the next discussant.
Next, we have our speaker from the National Disaster Management Research Institute. This institute has been serving as a think tank for disaster psychology. We have Mr. Park Sang-hyun. From 2020, this institute has been surveying around 3,000 people experiencing severe disasters. Essentially, this is how very vivid data is gathered from the site. And I think we have a very good opportunity to look at the on-site data as well as its analysis results. I am Park Sang-hyun, working at the National Disaster Management Research Institute. Every year, we do surveys on disasters, and then psychological anxiety and people affected are supported through our request. I'd like to thank the Korean Red Cross for actively responding to our request. At our institute, we would like to conduct more accurate surveys so that we could contribute to your disaster recovery activities and also to validate the efficacy of your activities. Today, I'd like to talk about disaster recovery monitoring seen through the lens of the disaster damage surveys. At our institute, from 2020, for the last 3 years, we have interviewed people affected by severe disasters in terms of experience, damage, mental health, physical health, social perceptions, and economic activities. And we also look at how much they have recovered from these disasters. As to psychological damage, post-traumatic stress, depression, and anxiety, and their experience and their awareness on disaster recovery assistance are surveyed. Between 2015 and 2019, we looked at a panel survey to see how their lives have changed in the wake of disasters. And over the last 3 years, our institute looked at those people who were not able to recover in the mid and longer term to find the factors that played a role in their less than perfect recovery. Now, what's the current status? 1 out of 10 affected people, even after 1 year has passed since the disaster, are exposed to post-traumatic stress. In 2023, as a result of our survey, we found that those above 3 points, which is the cutoff point of PC-PTSD, 13.1% of the respondents were above this cutoff level. And also that was 29.3% and 17.9% who were above the depression disorder and anxiety disorder cutoff points. So even though 1 year has passed, they were still suffering psychological hardships. When asked whether they are psychologically difficult, 14.4% said yes, and 42.7% of these people said but as of now, they completely recovered from such hardships. It took on average 7.3 months to recover, and 22.8% of the respondents said it took them more than 1 year to recover. For those who could not recover fully, they were suffering psychological difficulties, but also mental hardships because their living environments have changed. And that was 51.1% of total. About awareness on disaster psychology assistance, as Ms. Kim Yoo-jung mentioned briefly, about the existence of such services, only 4.5% of total said they were aware of such services, and 1.7% of them said they received such services. It means that only 60 out of 3,000 survey respondents said they received psychological support. 76% said they were not aware, and around 19.3% said they were not aware of details, and only 4.5% said they were well aware of such services. 10.2% of affected people said, I needed psychological support, but I could not get it, and indicating the need to increase the accessibility of these services. When you are working in the field, there are booths established, and sometimes we make door-to-door visits, but in the field, it's not easy to identify affected people. They are sometimes engaged in recovery work, or rather than doing something, it's not easy to identify those who are in need because they are being engaged in recovery work during daytime. On the part of the government, 6 months medical supply is provided by the central government when a specific region is designated as special disaster area. And when that 6 months period is passed, then these people are not eligible for medical services. During the first 6 months, these affected people prioritize recovering. And after that, when they really need it, then the window of opportunity is closed. So again, this shows the need to increase the accessibility of disaster psychology assistance services. There were people who said, I couldn't afford it because I didn't have the time. And some people said, I didn't know where to get such services. There was 41%. And 19.2% people said, I believe that it will not be effective. But in terms of the intent to recommend such services for people around them, 43.7% said they were positive, and it was less than 5% that negative opinions were expressed. Then what are the implications? So psychological first aid, especially at the onset of disasters, could be provided, and that's important. And that is being provided. But when the environment changes, when people are not fully recovering yet, I think it's not easy to ensure that affected people receive psychological first aid. Here, the key is continuity of such services. According to survey results and about different risk groups, in-depth interviews or psychological counseling are provided through the Disaster Psychology Assistance Center. In addition to psychopathological issues, there are psychosocial challenges, and these issues, again, raise the need for us to have a longer-term perspective. And also, we need to increase awareness about disaster psychology assistance. Against positive perceptions, the level of awareness is still low. It means we need to increase our promotion activities. During the time of COVID-19, I know interventions were made in terms of disaster psychology assistance. So we have actual cases of providing such support, and these are positively reviewed. So we believe psychological assistance should be really scaled up. As a result of survey results, we were able to find the level of different effectiveness depending on who the provider is. The Korean Red Cross was at the top of the list in terms of efficacy as a provider, and the trauma center also was high on the list. So again, in undertaking disaster psychology assistance activities, the Korean Red Cross can be very effective. We have supporting data. Here the thing is, we need to make these services more widely available. That's it for my presentation. In relation to this specific topic, we do not have much data yet. We are conducting 3 rounds of surveys, and at our PRISM website, the results are made available. So researchers may depend on such data, especially data segregated by region, disaggregated by region. And I think we can work on such data together. Thank you. I think you made a very critical comment. In 2008, I first worked at the center, Disaster Psychology Assistance Center, and I don't see any big difference between then and today. 15 years passed. And I think the most important thing is only 4.5% of our general public is aware of such assistance, and only 1.7% of them are receiving assistance. But we are working so hard. As our staff from the Gyeongnam Center said, there is promotional work and there are efforts being made. And it means we need to go the extra mile so that we can reach more people so that no one is left behind. When I first worked in this area, disaster psychology assistance, I really didn't hear much of this notion. So I had this concrete example. A house was burned down. The wife was killed. And there were 2 children, elementary school students. Because of the fire, the family had nowhere to go. Children went to a relative, and the father stayed at a church. And the We Center and the children said, my school teacher told us that we need to get counseling from the We Center. And the father responded, it reminds me of your mother, so don't do that. I don't want to do that. But after actual counseling, it was quite different from clinical approach taken by hospitals. And the father said that was extremely helpful. And then the father said to his children, you also need to get some help at school if possible. So as our team leader said, once received, the response is positive, quite satisfactory. Now the thing is how to ensure this is more broadly accessible and available for the public. From our Gyeongnam Center, I think some comments were made. And do you have any good ideas to ensure that what we're doing is publicized more broadly and widely? Any good practices or ideas you have? So I wonder if there's anyone who could share his or her best practices. Thank you. I'm from Chungnam Red Cross branch. Before talking about best cases, I have my question to our speaker. What was surprising is about reasons. Someone were not able to do it because they didn't have the time. When we go to the site, then affected people would prioritize their livelihoods rather than psychological counseling. We, of course, let them know that there is counseling available, but as a service provider, this is really a concern about the timing of intervention. When should we do that? Are there any really primary needs that should be met in the first place so that counseling can be provided later on? Do you have any plan to study such issues? I'm not sure whether my answer can really fit your question. When to intervene? That was the question. If I have a chance, I would look into this question. Now, looking at affected people, I think it's more important that affected people come forward to seek counseling. For example, they would go around finding the information they need, and they need to seek the supplies that they want rather than receiving them. And if you go to this site, there are local government officials and they're working really hard, but the conditions are suboptimal. One person addresses 10 to 20 or even 100 affected people. So thinking of psychological assistance, and that's for social adaptation and returning back to one's routine. And you may play a role as a hub in providing assistance, and you can inform them of other possible services. And then I think psychological assistance may go together with other services. In the field, everyone is trying to become excellent at their own areas of work, kind of competition that we have. But if there is a hub of information, providing the right information and working in such a coordinated way, I think that's one of the ways that we can really help these affected people. Thank you very much. Any further questions? Our moderator asked. Currently, I'm a counselor. I'm working as a counselor under the Gyeonggi Province Center. When you go to the site, I didn't really know much about psychological first aid before I coming into my current position. I vaguely had this understanding that I could do this maybe. That's how I started my job, and then I developed my awareness. But as I work in the field and when I see affected people receiving assistance, I felt the need for psychological first aid. And as cases were shared today, the importance of counseling was really felt by these affected people. And then they would voluntarily come to us. And even though there's a lack of referral pathways, they'd go to local agencies to receive further counseling. So psychological first aid itself it's not without its shortcomings, but I think psychological first aid through our activities may enable these people what psychological assistance is, making psychological assistance more accessible. So more proactive referrals and exploring more proactive referral pathways, I think this is an important component. And my question to Mr. Park is, in terms of disaster psychology assistance, how is this perceived? My question is its effectiveness. Are there any research outcomes about the effectiveness of this? Because that would be very helpful for us in making our interventions. And through psychological first aid, in experiencing early stage interventions, and then coming back, and then for their healthy adaptation to their normal routines, are there any ways for us to have a clearer picture of their status? Did you survey on comprehensive perceptions? Or did you do separate surveys on those who experienced psychological first aid? Did you do any survey on those people who received long-term care in terms of psychological assistance? So in composing our panel of 3,000, we considered their gender, their age groups, and then we asked them, did you receive such services? Then we looked at their proportion. So overall, these proportion levels are similar across our surveys. About the effectiveness of PFA, we would be collaborating with the Korean Red Cross to see some of these PFA receivers may participate in our survey. That's a viable option, and that's depending on our discussion. Thank you very much for your excellent question. When providing long-term support to Mauna Resort, we continued with our follow-up to see their PTSD levels. We tracked down on them. It was because that happened at a campus within a school. And indeed, effectiveness was great and satisfaction was very high. I'm confident about that. So you may conduct your studies on such topics, promoting these study efforts and publicizing the positive results of your study and supporting data could be generated through your work, I believe. Not just PFA, but also those experiencing disasters. We need to care for them continuously. We need to take interest in them, monitoring them. And then we can ensure that they do not lose hope for their life.
So Professor Choi Yoon-kyung will talk about the importance of mid and long-term psychological support in recovery. So Professor is working for the psychology department at Keimyung University. So I think that she also has experience in leading multiple international conferences. So please, thank you very much for your kind introduction. Well, I would like to talk about the importance of mid to long-term psychological support. So if you think about a lot of the counselors and the expert staff who are working at our centers, there's a lot of low level of awareness for psychological support. Of course, there are pros and cons and shortcomings. However, if you look at the current status of psychological support for those who have experienced disasters, they are part-time counselors or volunteers, and there are, I believe that temporary workers for administrative work as well. So in terms of employment or long-term employment, and in terms of the consistency in providing the services, I think that there is a risk of providing mid to long-term support. If you think about the Disaster Psychological Recovery Support Center, it's a national organization in 17 cities and provinces. The pros is that it's capable of rapid response along with disaster relief. I'm known that it also can provide support to vulnerable groups in the community. So not only does it provide early psychological intervention, and it also promotes recovery, including psychological first aid. So if you think about the psychosocial support and psychological first aid in the local community, they're in charge of disaster psychological assistance on a part-time basis. Once again, some areas, the infrastructure is very concentrated, whereas other regions, they lack the budget and they don't have a lot of support. And so the impact of a disaster, if it is long-term or if it's very serious, then depending on the overall environment and the overall situation, the impact will be prolonged or it could create slow recovery. So that's why we do need mid to long-term psychological support, and I have a couple of suggestions. I think that there is a necessity of introducing the trauma-informed care. It's also an approach to providing services for service providers and employees, not only clients, patients, and survivors, because it actually that disaster actually has an impact and traumatical impacts on all of these people. So if you think about the organizational policies and culture that deal with the trauma, and you also have to deal with the stigma so that you do not stigmatize and to minimize the secondary ill effects. And the second one, you also have to think about the clinical practices regarding the impact on trauma on individuals. Sometimes people might actually lose their control due to the trauma, and you have to help them be empowered. And so it's very important to help them stand on their own feet, feel empowered, especially those who have experienced a disaster, so that they can feel that their thoughts and opinions are reflected. Under the disaster situation, a lot of the information and resources are spread out and dispersed in an uneven manner. And sometimes the disaster itself causes people to lose trust in others. So I believe that we also need to provide a lot of emotional support and psychological assistance for these people. Also, this kind of intervention is important, of course, for those who are directly affected, but also for those indirectly affected as well. People have to be able to communicate that they were affected by the disaster. We have to create a culture in which they are free to communicate these issues. I think that we also need to provide evidence-based psychological intervention with proven effectiveness. And in order to receive those services, I think you do have to have the great healers and those great counselors who are skilled and trained. That's why we have the Mind Relief program and a lot of activities catered towards these areas. However, I think that we need to be a little bit more proactive. And a lot of these activities are not complete just by learning about them through textbooks. You really have to have the hands-on experience because it's actually a skill that you have to experience. And I think that people can experience empowerment by getting group therapy. And related to the mid to long-term services, I think that a lot of people can find a lot of different kinds of effects. It could be alcoholism, it could be post-traumatic stress, it could be depression. But once they do experience these things, I believe that we do have to recommend effective interventions, those interventions that have been proven to be effective. Of course, right after the disaster, we do need to provide the PFA. However, for the acute stage, I think that we have to think about the problem management plus or the skills also for psychological recovery. Because there may be various different effects, if you think about the PTSD, you have multiple guidelines, and I think that they talk about continuous exposure, sustained exposure therapy, cognitive processing therapy, and trauma-focused cognitive behavioral therapy. These people should be brought to the table so that they can be interactive in their treatment. But I think that these areas are some areas that we lack in. So once again, I think that such evidence-based interventions should be the primary option, and we do need an overall systematic structure in order to treat these people well on a mid to long-term basis. Thank you very much, Professor, for your contribution. So she talked about the various issues and the solutions in the mid to long-term psychological support and the road to recovery. I think that a lot of the counselors here will probably have multiple questions. If you have any, please feel free to ask.
Hi, Professor. I cannot agree with you more in terms of the overall protocol of support that we are providing. Psychological first aid is like the first step for everybody, and we need more intensive support to people who needs longer and more continuous help. And you already suggested Problem Management Plus, and within the Red Cross movement at the PS Center, we also have been providing Problem Management Plus training to some of the national societies and also Self-Help Plus. These interventions from the World Health Organizations are also we can train our volunteers who may not have professional mental health background to do somewhat intensive but structured support to our beneficiaries, and of course the other like clinical interventions that you mentioned as well. I just want to make this comment because actually in the Red Cross we are also not only promoting psychological first aid but other types of more intensive, low intensity, structured intervention. Thank you.
Thank you, for your good comments and active participate our discussion session. Thank you. 시간상 다음으로 넘어가겠습니다. 다음은 경희대학교 정신건강의학과 백명재.
Next, we have Professor Baek Myung-jae, Professor of Psychiatry, Gyeonggi University Hospital. He's working on the Korean Society of Trauma and in providing psychological support. I think he's the very person spearheading all these relevant efforts. And when we first arrive at the site of disasters, how to effectively identify high-risk groups and relevant first aid activities for these people, that would be the topic of his presentation discussion. Thank you for your introduction. It's not that I was at the very forefront of these operations because I have first responders. I think my work would pale in comparison. Such a solemn atmosphere, so I'd like to start with a joke. So I feel very hopeless in a sense that I was requested to talk about the importance of PFA and classification of high-risk groups. But I think other speakers were so eloquently speaking about these very topics. So I do not have much to say, in fact. In this sense, I could facilitate the overall proceedings of this conference today. But still, In responding to the question that was asked in a moment, I'd like to begin my discussion. In my discussion, you may refer to my discussion paper about the pyramid. At the top, we have high-risk groups, but it's not necessarily that those people exposed to disasters, those bereaved families, not just these people, but we can also think of other high-risk groups. Here the key is, when you use the term high-risk groups, we need to be clear about its definition. Is it just about suffering? Or we need to clarify the definition of high-risk groups. If we try to define from the clinical perspective, we may think of PTSD, suicide, or in disaster settings, we may think of alcohol use or drug use, depression. So we need to have clearer targets in mind in approaching high-risk groups. In this sense, one representative condition or disease would be PTSD. For those of you exposed to disasters, and the exposure may vary in terms of nature. Some people have lost their loved ones, or someone without a deep level of grief. Between these two groups, we have a vast disparity in terms of suffering. But in addition to disaster experience, we also need to consider their pre-disaster health status, both mentally and physically. So what was their pre-disaster level? I think that should be also assessed in better identifying high-risk groups. For example, do we have someone who received psychological or psychiatric treatment before? Their educational level or intellectual ability? Some may not be able to respond to disasters because of their low level of intellectual abilities, for instance. Then, in the wake of disasters, do not harm. That's one overarching principle. This is about reducing secondary stress. And to do that, I know that you are working so hard on the front line. And exposure to secondary stress is another consideration we need to make in clarifying high-risk groups. And once determined as a high-risk group, how do we refer them? In disaster settings, for example, we may have resources nearby. There could be professionals at our disposal. And then we may work with private sector societies. For example, after COVID-19 and up until today, it all started as counseling, but today we have an public nationwide counseling in a virtual format. We have Trauma Stress Society, Korean Society of Psychology, and Korean Society of Psychiatry. For 4 consecutive years in a row, with the help of the Ministry of Health and Welfare, we're providing virtual counseling services. Professor Bae Jung-hee, Choi Woon-kyung, these are prominent trauma experts in Korea, and we're lucky to have a pool of 100 experts available. In fact, responders are not able to address each and everything happening in the field. And also, it's not the case that as an expert and professional, we can come to the site. So in virtual setting, you may have negative perceptions. Would it be really helpful? But it's over a year since we started virtual counseling, and we surveyed our beneficiaries. And of course, virtual counseling may have shortcomings, but they also bring huge advantages in terms of accessibility. But more than accessibility, experts and professionals may choose to provide counseling late at night during weekdays or even weekends. It's after their business hours, so it's not going to affect their core business activities. While doing all their business activities, they still use their spare time to provide counseling. That's one huge advantage with virtual counseling. During the Itaewon tragedy, we provided such counseling virtually. And recently, we have a lot of teachers suffering. So with the Ministry of Education, we are providing counseling to teachers, just started. But more than 100 teachers have sought our counseling. And during nighttime or during weekends, we are providing counseling to teachers. And the effectiveness of psychological first aid, this is not an easy question. In the early days of disasters, studying this topic is so challenging. Right after a disaster happened, it's not possible that we submit a consent form to affected people and asking for their consent. It's not easy. Previously, I worked at the military hospital in Korea. When there is an accident in military, then we will visit the military unit. It could be anywhere. And prior to providing our service, there was a shooting accident. And the gun was used by a soldier, and 8 people were killed. And out of 16 soldiers who were around, 15 of them suffered trauma. And they had to leave their military service early because of that. And in 2017, we had another shooting accident happening in Gangwon province. And at the time, we had this notion of psychological first aid. So our team was dispatched to the site, and we provided 3-week care, followed by regular visits. And at the site, none of the soldiers who experienced the trauma left the military service early because of trauma. So there have been accidents, big and small and big. In military, when there is a big incident, then we provide on-site support. I think we've served more than 3,000 soldiers, members of the military. Out of so many incidents, except for those who were physically injured, there was just one single case who were not able to fulfill their military service because of trauma. So this demonstrates the effectiveness of psychological first aid. So even though we do not have immediate tangible study results, you are all doing very meaningful work. I really like to tell you this. And that's it for my discussion. Thank you, Professor Beck. Working together with you, I do feel your dedication. I always am surprised to see how dedicated you are. Extensive amount of coordination work is very much happily done by Professor Beck. In providing disaster psychology assistance, I think if you're working in this field, you may concur with me. So Commander-in-Chief, I will call him the Commander-in-Chief, working at the very forefront of all this. And for a long time, even before the pandemic, starting from shooting accidents affecting our military, Professor, now I'd like to open the floor for questions and comments. Good afternoon. I'm from the Korean Red Cross HQ, and I'm responsible for disaster relief operations. Thank you very much for your discussion. My question is, our center is in charge of providing psychological first aid to affected people, and identifying high-risk groups is part of what we do. In providing psychological first aid, identifying high-risk groups can be challenging. For example, scale-based tests are difficult to do, and rather than psychological issues, maybe material supplies could be more urgent. So it's difficult, really, to identify. I think this question goes not just to Professor Beck, but to anyone. How to better classify high-risk groups? Do you have any tips or best practices? Working in the field, there are those who do not want our services. There are quite a number of those people saying, I do not want your service. and then trying to classify them as either low risk or high risk group, that's difficult. But even without engaging in conversation, I think there is a way to tell through their body gesture, through their expressions. We can tell whether someone is in high risk group or not, and predict whether the very person may suffer long-term consequences or not. For example, very high level of anxiety can be witnessed. Someone may find it very difficult to control their emotions, finding difficult to have meals, and insomnia. So there are signs that are very noticeable. So even without engaging in long-term counseling, I think very naturally we may find them as an high-risk group, but there are blind sites, which is there are people who are just numb. In the early phase of such disasters, some people may separate themselves from what they really feel. According to changed PTSD criteria, specifiers are gone, but such separation responses are still there. And if we witness such responses, then they may have an impact on recovery. In fact, a very serious impact. So for those people who have such separation responses, and we may lose them because they would be very silent. It's important not to lose sight of these people. I think that's one tip that I can share with you. Thank you. When I was first working at the Psychological Assistance Center, there were not specific manuals that I can refer to. Working in the field, who's a high-risk group member and who's suffering more? So tools are important, but I think more than that, opening one's mind and making people open their mind is critical. Before counseling or survey, a small group training can be provided. And here the focus is not on delivering knowledge, but it's to communicate with affected people. Through such training, we may say, it's very natural that you feel hurt. And it's not shameful that you receive psychological counseling. We can be open-minded during this training. These are the messages that we provide, followed by one-on-one interviews. I think this is one strategy that we can implement. So if you look at the manuals of the Ministry of the Interior and Safety, there are several steps of training followed by individual counseling.
So last but not least, I think that this person is our hidden card, and I have high expectations on this discussant. Ms. Kim Gi-hyun, the head of the Daejeon and Sejong Disaster Psychology Assistance Center. And before, she was actually in Incheon Metropolitan City, and she was actually in charge of responding to the foot-and-mouth disease for pigs. And so I think that she will be able to respond to some of our discussions. So I am in charge of talking about the improvements to the operation of the DPAC. So regarding the improvements that are needed to operating our DPAC, I think that everyone here knows, so I will just skip over that. So I think that in the personal aspect, we really do have that effect of providing relief from psychological stress, and also we do have over 1,230 and a wide spectrum level of talent pools for experts. So we are able to respond and prepare for any kind of psychology assistance or disaster psychology assistance. And I think that if you can also reflect on Mr. Lee's presentation, I think that it can also be helpful in case of relief and pain through psychological first aid and professional counseling. And in normal times, we also have strengthening resilience by learning how to manage and recover mental health. I think that it requires the understanding of disasters, and you also have to train the personnel. So through training or workshops, we have been reinforcing the response measures, and also we're providing the best services as possible. If you look on the bottom end, we also have the information for the training and the workshop. We also have the orientation, the PFA, psychological first aid workshop, also counseling for and role playing. And in response to any kinds of deaths or casualties, we also provide relief for those traumatized. And because everyone is providing various different activities, we do have a wide network. And you might think about the different kind of synergies that your center will be able to provide with the Korean Red Cross. I think that from the recipient of the benefactors, I think that we have some areas. So we do have a lot of experts that are researching this area. We have disaster psychological support for post-traumatic growth. And there are a lot of available resources from the Korean Red Cross. These are available, and they are also quite critical for large-scale disasters. We also can provide disaster donation collection, fundraising, and resource mobilization for government-wide support and for the vulnerable. I think that we can also provide relief activities for emergency relief, and also the support for disaster vulnerable groups as well. Because the Korean Red Cross is an auxiliary of the government and also provides various different emergency relief, we also have a dedicated department for it. We also provide integrated support, and with the network of 17 different centers, we do provide solidarity and support for now and the future. If you think about the system and the policy aspects, I think the biggest aspect is that we have trained experts that can provide practical support. And you can also make use of the infrastructure from the Red Cross side. And we're also the designated center designated by the Ministry of Interior and Safety. And of course, we also had from Dr. Eliza that mentioning that the IFRC and as an affiliate of the IFRC, we provide disaster psychological assistance support. And before we had 17 centers, we had 6 provincial centers, and we had been pursuing various different support services. So now I think that I would like to move on to the gist of my discussion. I think that Mr. Park Sang-yeon has mentioned the biggest part of it. I think that, like the Gyeongnam Center, I think that the local areas and the municipalities also need to think about their own needs and necessities. But I think that we have to improve awareness and promote the disaster psychological recovery. A lot of people don't really make use of these centers, so we do need to improve the public's awareness and promote the need for the recovery. And enhancing the position of the centers in the community, I think that the functions of the individual centers is critical now more than ever. If I were to just deliver a case in point, in June, there was a traffic accident, a tragic traffic accident due to a DUI. There were police officers who advertised and recommended these disaster psychology assistance and counseling. And because it actually had happened to some of the peers for the students at an elementary school, we did have an intervention for the students there. I'm also in charge of 2 different centers. So in another region, last year and this year, there was also both cases of school buses being involved in traffic accidents. So I think that this was in relation to that traffic accident, and we provided the mental support program. So I don't have that much time left. So I think that as for the other contents, I think that there were a lot of other discussants who mentioned these aspects. I just want to leave you with 2 comments. The society is now emphasizing personal privacy now more than ever. And if you think about counseling centers, you do need to reinforce the personal privacy issue. And a lot of people stigmatize these counseling, so they don't really want to have their personal information be revealed. And I think that we do need an anonymous platform or a system in order to ensure these people can get the services that they need without having to disclose themselves. I think that stabilization is also a critical key word that should be mentioned. I think stabilizing the operation of the DPAC in terms of the staff employment as well as the operations is also quite important. I mentioned safeguarding personal information, and the efficient management of the system is also very important. So with that, I'd like to close my statement. Thank you very much. So thank you very much for your contributions. I think that she has had various multiple years of experience under her belt, so she had a lot of things to say. If you have any comments for Ms. Kim. As she mentioned, I think that I could relate that the DPAC's role is actually gathering people after a disaster. I think that that's the misconception. There's always small and big problems and disasters happening around us. So people believe that they can get to these centers once a disaster occurs. I think that promoting these centers whenever these things happen. It's something like going to the gym every day. It's kind of like strengthening your muscles, going to the gym and working out every day, little by little. So as Ms. Kim has mentioned, I think she's always in communication with the network of 17 different centers. I think that she can really relate with the different issues. I think that we're now wrapping up. I think disasters are going to be there with us in our lives. And from the government's perspective, a disaster can really lead to the distrust of a government and its administration. So I believe that through today's discussions, I think it's thanks to you and your efforts that the disaster psychology assistance of the Republic of Korea is aiding and helping recover the minds and hearts of Koreans and people all over the world. And with that, I would like to thank you once again. And it was indeed an honor to be the moderator for the discussion. With this, we will close the 2023 International Conference on Disaster Psychology. Thank you once again to the Korean Red Cross and everyone who has stayed with us until the very end. With that, we will close. Thank you very much.
네, 감사드립니다.
Thank you. I'd like to thank Professor Pei serving as a moderator today, and I'd like to ask our participants to give our panelists a big hand. Discussions, presentations, and also we have participants coming on YouTube. I'd like to thank all our participants. Just as our participants and discussants said, we just had the first anniversary of the Itaewon tragedy. And through the hotline, we were able to share the sufferings and hardships in April in Chungnam area and across wildfires. And for these areas affected by heavy rainfall, we also provided disaster psychology assistance. Through this international conference today, the Korean Red Cross would develop further expertise so that we could not just provide assistance to disasters, but also to address routinized disasters. Throughout this conference today, we also have our chief responsible for disaster operations, and I'd like to give him the floor for closing remarks. Thank you for staying till the very end of the conference. Professor Pei, serving as the moderator, we do respect Professor Pei, and I think that's possible because of all the commitment and dedication that you have displayed. Last week at the Korean Red Cross, we also celebrated our 118th anniversary, not just the Itaewon tragedy anniversary. And our presenters and our discussants today, we have a distinguished list of all the participants. Mr. Kim Pil-kwan, Professor Yo Seok, Mr. Yu Dong-kwan, and also Dr. Liza Cheng, and Mr. Park Dong-kwan, Mr. Park Sang-hyun, and Professor Cheong Mi, Professor Peng Myung-jae, and also Dr. Kim Gi-yeon. I'd like to thank you all. I've looked at the booklet, and we have been working so hard, but I think the awareness is only about 3.5% concerning what we're doing. Only 1.7% of people are actually receiving assistance. It means we need to be more proactive in our promotional activities. So boosting our expertise and also capacity building for our staff members, that will be our ongoing priority. And in December, the Korean Red Cross, during December, would be working to care for vulnerable groups in our society. We are making preparations, and we're planning such events along with the Korean government, and we're going to install booths so that we can promote our activities. Thank you very much again for your participation. And most of all, I'd like to truly thank our presenters and discussants. Thank you. Thank you. This brings us to the close of the International Conference on Disaster Psychology. Once again, I'd like to thank our participants as well as our discussants and panelists. Especially, I'd like to thank the Korean House for renting this very place free of charge. Thank you, and have a safe trip home. Thank you.
퇴장 안내 드리겠습니다. 오늘 사용하신 리시버 꼭 저기 앞쪽 프론트에 반납